All right, good evening, everyone. We'll call the Finance Committee meeting to order on Wednesday, April 26th at 6 p.m. We've got one item on the agenda tonight. It's the start of the fiscal year 18 budget review. We have some other meetings scheduled just in case this one doesn't wrap up tonight. Tonight's meeting is scheduled to go from 6 to 10. As a reminder, last year, for those of you that are history buffs, it was 3.5 hours last year, and we got through the entire budget. So I do want to compliment last year the councilors. They did their homework ahead of time. They took advantage of the 1 week that the mayor gave us a head start on the budget, and we're able to ask questions and get those answered in an efficient manner. So the order number tonight, 17-100-6884. For folks following at home, the budget is online, so you'll have an opportunity to look at it there as well. We'll follow a similar format, and that will allow the mayor and the comptroller to kind of go over their opening remarks, revenue projections, tax impacts. Remind the councilors it's a new format this year in the sense that when we're approving the budget, we're approving a salary and expenditure line item. So the vote will still be the same. It's just that it's a salary and a expenditure line item, but we'll still just be voting on the entire line item by department. And my expectation is if we have questions in the department, we'll have it. But if no one's got a question on a department or a particular item, we'll just take up at the end, anybody got any other questions, and we'll just approve the balance of the budget at that time. But if you got questions, I encourage you to ask them. We'll let the mayor and the comptroller field the questions. If they need to phone a friend, they've got plenty to, and they're not limited to 3 phone calls. You can phone as many times as you would like.
Do they get a 50-50?
There is no 50-50 in this one. This is purely phone a friend. And then just to kind of put the councils at ease, we sit there and we say, okay, the mayor and the department heads aren't hiding money. We're looking to make sure the money's being spent wisely. And last year, or actually this fiscal year, we've transferred $1.7 million. So if you go back a year ago when we approved the budget and we thought we had it nailed, there's been $1.7 million worth of transfers. Now that's just a small, of a $150 million budget, small amount. But it sounds like a lot, but it's really a small amount, and it's really not that bad. The question you really ask is, are we getting everything that we wanted to get done, right? That's the ultimate goal in our budget, is to make sure that the money we approve is the money that gets spent, right? So why I tell you that is to not get hung up on the little line items. If it bothers you and you got it, you got the people here to answer that question. But I think we've matured as a city, as a finance team, and as a council to understand what's in our budget. We've worked hard to kind of strip out some of the stuff that we thought was either extra spending that's no longer there anymore. It really is what the city needs to move forward, and I look forward to seeing what the councilors and any insights they have, and don't feel compelled to have to speak. If you don't have an item or a concern with the budget, we'll move on to the next item. It's not here, and remember, it's not to go say what'd you do in your summer vacation to the department heads. That's not what this is for. This is a budget meeting. So, what they presented, we have questions on it, and we'll move forward on the approval process. So just I'll give a quick recap. So the budget as submitted by the mayor for fiscal year 18 is $156,990,717 compared to last year, which was $149,609,073. So basically it's a difference of $7,381,644, or an increase of 4.93%. Now you compare that to last year, we had an increase of 4.78%. So even though dollar value is a little bigger, the expenditures are about the same. However, if you note last year, we spent, where the money's being spent is being reallocated based on different needs that the mayor and the comptroller are going to articulate here in a moment. So, any initial questions from the council before we get started? If not, I will turn it over to the mayor for opening remarks, tax projections, any insights on his budget, and revenue streams. So seeing none, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Comptroller, I'll turn it over to you.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you very much for the opportunity to come down here tonight and present the FY18 budget. There is, as you had stated, $156,990, $156,990,717 budget, which is a higher increase than I had anticipated originally. It's just over 4.9%. The good news is, after going through it, with the additional revenues that we are anticipating, with the increase in our new growth, increase in our sewer revenues, we anticipate that there will be less than a 3% increase on the average residential tax bill this year. So even though this is a substantial number, we're anticipating a 2.96% increase on the average residential tax bill. It's made up of several different things, but there are no bells and whistles in this one. The only things that we have added is we did add 2 new police officers. I know as a growing community, we've been waiting for an opportunity to try to add some, although I thought that this year originally would be easy to get them in. Like I said, I did put them in there, but it definitely added to the bottom line. The local aid numbers that we're using in our anticipated revenues are the governor's numbers. Although the governor proposed the budget and the legislature, the House, has voted on a budget, we're not looking too good this year. We have seen a reduction in our local aid, but we're using those conservative numbers, so we're just anticipating and hoping that the Senate will come through with a little more revenue for us to help us with this year's revenues. But again, when we built this budget and we built the anticipated revenues, we used the governor's numbers, which have been, we're down approximately $700,000 from last year. As I stated, a large increase in our revenues this year is from the sewer collections. That is with no increase. There will be no increase this July on the water or sewer rates. It's just because of the new meters and the other revenues that are coming in that we're anticipating additional revenues in that. But there is no increase that we will be implementing July 1st. One of the big drivers in the budget is our health care costs. Although the employees are paying a percentage of that health care cost, and it's been a tough burden on them because of the high percentage that we pay of the health care costs. It's come out to $16 million in our current budget, which is a huge increase. We're anticipating 7% this July. The good news is, with the cooperation of all the bargaining units, we're going to be negotiating some plan changes in the upcoming and on next year's budget. So FY19 hopefully will not continue to see this continue increase in the healthcare costs, but we're looking at probably tiering hospitals, maybe changing some co-pays with some prescription drugs. But we're looking at different ideas that we can implement to lower the cost for both the employees and for the city as we move forward, because we can't continue to have 6, 7, and 8% increases in our health insurance for both our current employees and our retirees. And again, we will start those discussions toward the end of the calendar year to get them implemented for next July 2018. As I said, one of the drivers we have in the budget is to continue to have our high cost of our debt service. It's not anything we hadn't anticipated. This was a planned expenditure with the new senior center and the fields and the water treatment plants all coming online. We knew we were going to be facing this, and we're peaking. We're starting to peak, and hopefully we start seeing that slowly, very slowly, go down over the next few years, even though we have additional projects coming online. One of the things that I know came up in some discussions I had with some of you and you, Mr. Chair, was the IT department and some changes that have been made there. We're gonna be using the PEG money from the cable revenues, with the change in the Mass General laws or the change in the directive from the DOR. Those funds now will be coming down to the city council for transfer. Up to this point, the mayor, at his discretion, was spending those money on, actually, it was electronics that was in the contract, and things that were approved by the auditor, we would buy through, using that money. I'm anticipating that we'll be using all of that between the city and schools for IT purchases. We still need to continue to fund the Cable Trust, and they have substantial reserves, so we'll be using those reserves first before we start funneling additional money to them. So starting July 1st, transfers from that account, which will be set up similar to the revenue account that we have for the MEDC. The money sits there until you appropriate it. So during the year, we'll be coming in for additional appropriations for IT. As I stated in my letter, my colleagues on the school committee and the superintendent and finance director supported a budget this year of 2.8%. It's able to get in a level service budget, as well as some changes that the superintendent hopefully will be increasing. I thank you once again for your support of the schools. I think we're seeing results from those investments that you've made in the schools, and we want to make sure that we continually do that in the future. With a new building coming online in a few years, we all need to work together. There'll be additional costs, obviously, that come with a new building. In the fire department, again, as I stated in my letter, we have 4 recruits that are in the academy currently. We anticipate any day receiving a vote of the legislature on our civil service bill. As soon as that bill is approved, it's been voted out of committee. It's with the full body of the legislature now. As soon as it's approved, we will be posting an exam date to fill some of these spots that we've had vacant for quite a while. We can anticipate that by the end of the calendar year, hopefully we have a good chunk of those positions filled. But we do have 4 currently in the Brookline Academy. The regular academy was full. The chief did a lot of phone calls throughout different areas, and we're able to get the 4 booked in the Brookline Academy. Even with this budget and the transfers we've been doing to stabilization and OPEB and continually keeping tax bills down in the city of Marlborough, we're still in a very strong position. I've sent financial policies down to you at the last meeting. We still have in excess of $30 million in excess levy capacity, which none of us are looking to see go down. Obviously, that's the amount the city can tax without looking at an override, but we're in a great position. We're second in the state as far as our excess levy capacity, only behind Cambridge. We still have $12 million on our stabilization account, and by the end of the year, I anticipate sending down to you a transfer to add to that number from the free cash we have available before June 30th. There'll be a transfer to OPEB and to the stabilization fund to continually keep that in a strong position. With that, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if the controller has additional information to add, or if you just want to fire questions at me first.
At this point, I'll open it up. So you heard from the mayor the big dollar value of the budget, but then the tax implications, the revenue projections, the cherry sheet estimates, and the excess levy capacity that we have to deal with. So I'll stop there, and if there's any questions or comments on that. Disappointing, the governor's budget has about a $790,000 reduction. The encouraging side is the House version gives us about $200,000 more back, so I'm hoping between the House, it goes to the Senate next, and the Ways and Means, that, the governor's, as the mayor said, the worst-case scenario, and we see a little additional money there. The new growth projected that you heard from the mayor, for this year to help offset the $7 million increase in the budget, will go a long way to maintaining a tax rate of less than 3%, or about 3% on the average home. So like we talk about at the budget time in December, no one likes the taxes to go up, but it's to be something that's steady and predictable to coincide with the level of services that we have here in the city. And I think that's an important piece that sometimes we lose track of, that today we set the budget and then we go argue about it in December. I can't fix anything in December, so here's your opportunity. If you want to adjust something, now's the time to make that comment. So, again, I'll open up any councilors' comments or questions. Council Orem.
You were talking about exactly what I was going to ask, and that is, we saw the 31,478 last year. We're seeing about estimated 30,962. The estimate that you have here, how was that derived? Did you call the state, contact the state, or was it something that, the projection, I should say?
Which?
For your cherry sheets, or do you?
The cherry sheet, we kind of put that together as the governor comes out with his budget. And then we fill in gaps on our local revenue sources and everything else to fall out to the bottom line. And with our anticipated revenues, it falls out to a tax levy that will increase by approximately, $5.4 million?
5.6.
$5.6 million, of which we're anticipating over $2.8 million in new growth. So there are a lot of assumptions in there. I think what we've been doing for a number of years through Tom Abel and now through Mr. Donahue is using conservative numbers so we don't run into problems. We don't want to start implementing programs and it doesn't fit in to keep a 3% increase, so we boost up revenues somewhere else artificially, kind of like the state does. When the legislature wants to add a program, they just increase some revenue line item, and it works out until about this time of the year when the revenues aren't coming in, and we're all scurrying saying, are they going to pull back on some of our grants or programs that they've already committed to us? But there are a lot of estimates that go through that, and we've been doing it that way for years.
And out of fairness, Mr. Mayor, I am looking at the FY8, and I apologize if I'm talking a little funny. I still have quite a bit of Novocaine that's in my mouth, so I do apologize, but I'm looking at the FY18 revenue projections, and most do say estimates. If I may, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry again about the speech. The charges in water and the charges in sewer are estimates, but it does show estimates of 11.6 million for water and 13.5 million for sewer. So those have gone up. Is that going up? You said the rates aren't going up, but is that based on the appropriate metering? Is that why that's going up, or users? How did that estimate?
That's a big chunk of it, but that's based on the cash flow that we've had coming in most recently, which we're doing a better job in our billing practices and getting our bills out more consistently, I guess. The meters are making a big difference, there's no question about it. But this, again, these increase in revenues are based on a zero increase on this year's rate.
Okay. And the other question is, I was talking about the state aid, the cherry sheets, as we call them. It doesn't have if it's an estimate or not next to it, so that is pretty much derived from the governor's office at this time, but we're waiting on the state legislation to approve it.
Which, where would you be reading?
I'm sorry, I'm on the second to bottom line where it has totals for the FY18 projection revenues.
That is correct.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's this handout that's the FY18, thank you, Mike, Mr. Chair.
The cherry sheet revenue, yes, and there's a supplement in here that also gives the breakdown, and then I also believe the revenue projection that came out from the legislature is also in there.
Yeah, the 31 million, 31.3?
Yes. $30,962,000.
So it's just, I was looking through it and I was not for sure if we're gonna see a change or not. And those were the big numbers in the projections, the water, sewer, as well as, well, there's one other one, there's local receipts, but the 30 million was, just
Yeah,
wanna
the
make
30
sure.
million, but I also want to be clear, the 30 million isn't what we received. We also have back charges, because they give you the good news on the front page and say it's 30 million. And then on the second page, they say, by the way, we're taking 8 million out for back charges for different things. So we end up with approximately $22 million.
And those being like arts, mosquito control, county mosquito control, those type of things. The back
yeah.
charges,
There's a schedule in there that actually breaks it down.
Charter school.
There's, MBTA is a regional transit assessment. There's school tuition assessment, charter school assessment. So there's different assessments in there, but the net, this year, we're anticipating we use the governor's numbers, which is $22,322,000. Last year, we received $23,112,000. So we are looking at a delta there. But again, this budget was built on those governor's numbers, not on last year's numbers.
thank you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Make you any more comfortable, Council Orem, you're speaking just fine, the Novocaine might be better served on that. Any other comments? Council Delano?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start off by saying I'm pleased with the budget. I think the mayor and his team are doing a great job. I think you've done a tremendous job, Mr. Chairman. I think over the years, our council has done a very, very good job, even in the face of criticism at times, trying to hold the line on spending. And as a result, we've put ourselves in pretty good shape. We've had some good fortune. We've had, as a result of our work and forethought of many others that came before us, as well as ourselves, we've been able to bring in some businesses and do some other things and be in a position to take advantage of that. We haven't spent overly so on capital items, even though we dearly wanted to some years, and so we're in good shape. I only put this out in public as a cautionary tale that when we see rates of inflation at 1.5, not quite 2, and our spending is going up at double that rate. Our levy increase is going up at almost triple that rate. Now, we've got the revenues to handle it. I just worry that, there's some instability in the world. We just want to be mindful. Let's not tip it too much. Let's not lean too far over our skis. But that being said, I think we're in great shape. The residents should be pleased with the mayor. I think I've said this before, in these budgets, he's doing a lot of the difficult decisions for us. So we're not here cutting out the 5s and 10s and 3s and 1s. And over the years, many of us have gone through that with the rulers and doing it, $500 here and there. You know what? A lot of that's out of the budget. And we're pretty lean and we're in reasonable shape. And as you pointed out, Mr. Chairman, having a 1% variance in a budget, most businesses would be pretty happy with that if you're coming in that close. So I think we're in pretty good shape, but let's just continue to be modest and not get too full of ourselves, and I think we'll continue to be in good shape. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? Just one. Council Doucette?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This was actually, I hate to say this from a financial perspective, but this was an enjoyable experience. Thank you very much, folks. Over the last couple of months, and the audience listening to this, there's also been the capital improvement plan, which is a 5-year plan of where he expects to take the city. He's already made commitments to basically try to replace the streets over a 20-year cycle, which is very progressive views to this, more than I expect from a Republican, thank you. But the front end is actually very clear and concise and very understandable. The back end, I would hate to say, looks like it came out of the 1980s. And it's amazing because the IT department budget is increasing as well as the others. But this is a public document as well, as was pointed out by the chair, and we could get better out of an Excel spreadsheet. I don't know how to improve this or really talk about how to clean this in a way to make it more presentable, because if this was sent to, to the companies that are headquartered or based in Marlborough as an executive summary, there'd be some jokes made. And we can do better than this, is what I'm saying. And I think it's important to do that, because this is what there are people that will live and work in the city that will look at that and they want to see better, and that's really, I hope you really consider making this, more modern in its presentation of data, okay? Little things and large things, but basically this looks, it's a printout off of a mainframe, okay? And there's a lot more opportunities through tools, I wouldn't be surprised if Oracle has a system for managing, municipalities that we may want to consider migrating to, because they'll end up saving us money in the long run. So, but anyway, I needed to get that off my chest, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, but at least they cut off the pinwheels on the side from the computer paper.
You said it before the chairman said it, so it's okay.
I don't know if the comptroller wants to add anything based on some of our recent discussions.
Sure, I can add to that. We had anticipated a little bit more time from when we finalized the numbers to when we'd send you a completed document. That window got shot 2 weeks quicker than expected. So we had it exported to Excel, but there was a lot of work to get it into still a nice format. So unfortunately, this is the format. There's two other options that we had planned on. There's a product in Microsoft that would allow us to convert certain blocks into a nice report, but we didn't have time to. I basically had 2 days to get it from completion to here, and it's a day and a half, if you really want the honest opinion. So next year, we can use that, and also Munis is doing a software upgrade, which will allow us to change the reports. So there's two things that are in works that should make it a lot friendlier and attractive in next year.
So
Thank you.
to your point, Council Doucette, it is recognized and they are working on it. It just, I think at this point now, we've got better at the budget that our tolerance for this is no longer there, and we're ready for the next level, and, we'll improve that with next year's version of the budget. Councilor Jouer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to, thank the mayor and his team. Public safety is a big thing, and I'm glad to see the 2 police officers coming on and the additional firefighters with the potential for more, hopefully, in service by the end of the year. On the revenue end of things, of what comes in, are we seeing anything right now from Apex?
Excuse me?
Are we seeing any sort of revenue from the Apex property to
Well,
reflect this budget?
The only, I guess you could say that the building department fees, the permit fees, when we set the anticipated revenues, we use that as we move forward, trying to keep in mind, okay, this is what we're taking in now, but what are we anticipating next year? Are we gonna see a decrease in those licenses and permits? I think if you look, we still are looking at an increase, but from the current year, but we use a 3-year average for our building department fees. And I know I've talked to the building commissioner about taking a look and see if we need to change some of the fees that we have out there. We are very low. I guess you could say that, some of the guys that have already built some things or been the recipients of that low rate, but we need to take a look at that as we move forward into this year about increasing some of those rates and taking a look at several of the fees throughout the city. I think that's one that needs to be increased. I know Councilor Oram continually brings up when we talk about fees that the fee is supposed to reflect the service provided. But I think when we're talking about our building department fees, a lot of these large projects, we're charging them extra money to help us with additional resources in the building department. If we went up on the cost of the permit, maybe we wouldn't have to do that. They're more than happy to do it so they can get expedited when they're looking for their permits approved. So they're willing to do it, but if we make an adjustment in the fee itself, bring in more revenue, we can pay for it out of our funds. But real estate wise, it's there's not much reflected in here, but I think we'll see that new growth as it comes online next year. You have to remember that our real estate values are basically based on what last year's activity was. Okay. Now, although the fact that we accepted the Hawkington Amendment, that allows us to go in and tax people, change the value during the year as it increases. We did that actually originally for kind of the reverse. When Lake Williams had their fire, we actually accepted it so we could reduce their values rather than have them paying taxes in the unit that they couldn't live in for over a year. So as the complex gets built, we'll be increasing that real estate tax revenue. And that's, some of that, but not a lot of it, is in that current new growth number.
So do you anticipate, Mr. Mayor, seeing the revenue coming in from that project alone impacting next fiscal year's budget, or will that probably be 2 years away?
Next year's budget, but not necessarily this one. I think we'll see larger revenues coming from the Apex Center in the next 12 months that we have worked into here. So hopefully there should be more revenue coming in. We're anticipating approximately $1 million a year in revenue from that complex. I think that's probably on the low side, but remember that we're working with a new growth figure. You know, for a long time, we were using $1 million in new growth when we built our budgets, and it would probably, I don't know, 10, 12 years where we finally, I think we had the discussion and said, hey, we gotta kick this up to $2 million. And we've been excess of that. I think there was 1 year that we bumped down to like 1.8 or something, 1.98. I mean, we're just short of $2 million, but you know, with the new stuff coming in, we feel comfortable with the $2.8 million in new growth. And that's new growth. That's new buildings, new construction that's coming into town, not increase in value. That's all new,
And that's-
new revenue coming in.
That's what I'm
why
looking
when I say that, you know, although we need $5.6 million in additional tax levy, that new growth has not been taxed in the city, so that can come off of that $5.6 million.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? Council Orm? Yep.
I'd just like to, if I may, Mr. Chair, talk about the front end of this budget report and complement the graphs and charts, and if we could, I'd like to just, if it's okay, Mr. Chair, just go to, first of all, page 1, obviously, you know, having a percentage right there. Page 2, you get a nice summary of some of the increases, obviously IT, and I'll ask questions at that time, you know, the percent increase, what's happening there. And it gives you some of the bigger increases, such as benefits and fringes. And I presume the benefits are also the health insurance, as noted in your letter. Is that benefits and fringes, or could that be better defined?
There's some retirement in there, but the health insurance line item is just below that.
Oh,
and then the
I'm
health
sorry, yeah,
insurance
so that's-
schools. So
What would-
between the schools, just for health insurance, between the schools and the city, we're looking at $1.2 million increase this year.
Benefits and fringes, what are we looking at there for that large increase, if I may? And the health insurance is the 8% just below.
Next year, I noticed, I'll put page numbers next to those so that we'll know where to reference. I apologize for that.
But it's okay.
I'll help the
It's-
comptroller out. So
Yeah.
I went through
It's
this with the
good to
comptroller, and it's a nice page, but it didn't do me, because I was trying to figure out, are these individual line items, are they compilation of line items, and, you know, there was no, what I call, real logic to putting them together, so I kind of determined in my mind, a nice page, but didn't help me look at the budget. I still went back to the department line items to find out where all the various ones are, and then the department sheets that the comptroller gave us for health insurance, workers' comp, unemployment, which makes up a lot of the benefits and fringes. That's where I was able to assess where all the increases were. He was trying to tell us where some of the bigger changes were, but to me, I still got to go to the line item in the budget. And this is a nice page, but
Are we seeing like a major area like workers' comp being the issue for that
The big
160?
issue really is the health insurance, there's no
Health
question
insurance.
about it. We work on the workers' comp, we've had issues with the 111F, we've done some transfers there. for some of our fire and police that have been out. But I mean, Mr. Brumby stays on top of it and tries to find ways to save on that. I think you see the unemployment, you know, we haven't seen spikes in that. But we do need to keep an eye on it and change the way we do business. Like I said, this health insurance has to be addressed this year. We've seen, you know, over 20% increase in the last 3 years. I know when Mayor Stevens was successful in negotiating, changing the plan with the co-pays and some other areas, we didn't see an increase in health insurance for about 6 years. So we're hoping that we can do the same next year by changing some things around. If we tear a hospital and you go to Marlborough High and maybe the co-pay is $50 for walking into the emergency room, if you decide you want it to go down to Mass General, maybe it's $250. So you're directing it to the areas where it's not going to be as expensive. Hospital, an emergency room visit in Marlborough is a lot cheaper than an emergency room visit at Mass General. So we're looking at different alternatives. We did an audit of the members of the plan. We found a few people that maybe shouldn't have been on the plan. So we removed them from the plan to save a few dollars. And, you know, the average 20-year-old that's on a plan probably isn't costing you very much, but if you have one or two that have substantial health issues, you know, they can add up pretty quickly. And we've seen some employees that have some health care and prescription needs that are very expensive. And we do have cap coverage, so if we run into someone that has some substantial costs, you know, we're covered, but, you know, we bear the brunt of it. And we still, you know, I need to emphasize, because I don't know if anyone here has the plan through the state, the GIC, but, you know, this is a much better plan, and I think anyone in the GIC would much rather have what we have at our cost than what they have at their cost, so.
And I'm on GIC myself in the town of Ashland, and, yeah, it's tiered the way you said, you know, depending on the hospital, but again, you know, it's a real life issue. People are living longer, and I think hopefully within whatever you do, you'll look at within these plans that they have some form of preventive, such as our employees can join gyms or places where they can exercise for a lower cost, just so we're on the preventive side of it as well. But GIC, you know, I'm on it, I understand it, and promoting preventive health is obviously, hopefully going to be one of the key factors in the whole big picture of health insurance, because I truly understand what you're saying. It's a challenge. Mr. Chair, if I may, it was just page 4 and page 6 for the front end. I just again wanted to just state the front end I find helpful with the graphs, and on the page itself, it's just helpful to see the fiscal years, the total revenue received, and obviously we're jumping up every year. It's a healthy, as the council left just now, but as Councilor Delano said, you know, it's a healthy budget to some degree. And page 8, in page 6, the tax levy, you already said it, Mr. Mayor, about the 30 million. You go back to FY14, we had a tax levy of close to 20 million, so everything's progressing in the right direction. So I just wanted to point that out, Mr. Chair. Thank you, and thank you for the bar graphs.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Comptroller.
If I might comment back to that page you're looking at for the benefits and fringes, what that is, that's a summation. I went through and took them from, you know, benefits from water, sewer, city, and totaled them up. That's why I mentioned next year I'll actually reference the page numbers and the amounts that I pulled them from. But I grabbed that because individually they wouldn't have made the list, but altogether I did a scope of anything over $100,000, got on my list. So together they actually made the list, but individually they do not. So.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Councilor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to follow your point a little bit further, so you're really talking about, that's a cross-reference number, right? It's in the budget through other means, but you kind of pulled it out as a cross-aggregate type of thing.
That's correct.
Okay. One other question, as far as on page 4, bottom of 15 and 14, there's these little red stripes. What does that signify?
I think we used free cash in those years. That was the other revenue. We haven't used free cash in the last 3 years, but I think we supplemented free cash to balance the budget in those years.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Tenera?
Thank you, Chair. On the first page, on page 1, you had the schools at 3.26% increase, and on page 2, you had public schools at 2.8.
I think the original number includes the benefit that the school support. With school support, it's over 3%.
Oh, right, okay.
They actually, the school committee has never approved the school support numbers. It's always been done here. It's always been a question who should do it, but we've seen some substantial increases on the school health insurance side. There's no question about it.
And to illustrate that point, Counselor Tenera, the school budget, even though it says schools 81 million, the school budget is just a shade over $60 million, and as the mayor alluded to, it's all the support functions in the 3,000 series line item that gets you up to 21 million. Debt service, insurance, workers' comp, health insurance, what else am I missing? Interest.
Maintenance.
And also Assabet Valley.
And Assabet Valley, 4 million.
Thanks.
All right, everybody's all set, we'll get going. Councilor Delano, if you don't mind, I'll talk to the city council budget, I'll just start there, and then I'm just gonna hit the ones. We're not gonna vote on every one unless someone wants to decrease or adjust one, so we're just gonna go flip through them and go. So, the city council budget, it's $216,240, about 9.28% increase. So what's driving that, just to refresh the councilors, and you'll see this in numerous departments, we approved the revised salary ordinance. So in that salary ordinance, we adjusted salaries from mayors to assistant solicitors, to human resources, council on aging, city council, admin, staff in various positions. So what's driving this is, and we inadvertently, and we put it back in during the year, we removed longevity and sick leave buyback for one of the individuals in the city council budget, so that's now back in along with that. So, so these all reflect the new salary ordinance, and other than that, all the other line items are the same. So I'll open up any questions. Councilor Roby.
Since you led with that, I guess when I went through the budget, I guess it was a question I was going to ask. When I look at the salaries and compare it to the salary schedule, for the most part, they don't match the salary schedule, and it looks like what was done was a simple 2% from the 2017 amount.
So I figured that out, and the higher math, and the comptroller is going to correct me if I go astray. That's cute. So so for the first 6 months, so from July to December, you took this 2017 salary, added 2%. For January to June, you took the new salary, and when I did it for the council and I did it for the mayor, I was in $2 or $3. It came right out to with the exception, which I complimented the mayor on, he did not give the council a 2% increase, which I know Council Lander gets upset with me about, but going forward, we now have a salary ordinance, but that's the only...
If the council would like, I would be more than happy to supplement that additional 2%.
Well, but not through me, maybe you can find 6 guys
No,
to support you.
Councilor Essing, I understand that for those 2 lines, but for the other lines, for instance, the secretary is $76,240 in the budget, but when I look at the salary schedule, well, because there's not an easy to find form, the research assistant is $70,039.
That is the longevity and sick leave buyback, Counselor.
Okay. But this longevity and sick leave are added in separate lines, are they not? They were not last year, but they are this
They
year.
weren't in last year's budget.
But we added them,
We
they
added
were
them
the
during-
revised, and they're now listed as 2 separate lines under the other salaries line. So the,
Right, if you look in the backup in, not the 2-line budget, but the full budget page, page
Yes.
14, there's two lines in there, longevity and sick leave buyback.
Right, so I'm talking about just the salary line for the person. And most of them don't vary by much, but since the salary ordinance very specifically says July 1st of 2017, to me, the salary ordinance line number should be what's in the budget, except for those issues like hours where it doesn't change,
So-
it's
That
next
should be-
year.
So if I can correct, so, Counselor, on this particular, you're right, because if I go look at the mayor's executive aid, it's
It's
70,000.
$70,039.32.
That's correct. We agree that should be modified.
And they're like that on almost all of them, and some of them are over, but we can't reduce the budget. I would think most of them are actually under, and I'll bring them up as we go through
Yep,
the
if you
salaries.
found 'em,
but-
we'll-
And it was just one of those questions. That's what I asked the city clerk to print out what was advertised, and I went and compared them all.
No, that's fine.
And I guess it was just a question, and my understanding from talking to one department head was they didn't do the salaries, it was done
No,
by...
The controller did the salaries.
Okay,
Well, I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Mayor?
The controller did that.
That's
so
correct.
we can't add, but we can correct if it's over and
Absolutely.
and change it to the amount of the salary
So
ordinance.
if my math, and
Which-
someone check me, that would be a reduction of $6,195? Is that what you come up with?
Don't ask me to do the math on all of it. I
Well, I'm
gotta
just saying, if
find
it's
out.
supposed to line up with the executive aide salary,
Yes.
then
You have a reduction for what, Counselor?
$6,195?
That's fine, because there'll be a little rounding because of munis. I agree.
Yeah, because the 30, it's that issue of the cents, does it
that's-
become
No, you're
40 or
correct.
is it
You're correct.
39?
No, you're correct.
Okay.
That's fine.
Very good, Counselor Roby.
6105, is that what you're reducing?
So you can keep track of all those. We don't
Yep.
have Miss Smith with us this year to do her fancy double checking.
So that should be 208, 635 for salaries on page 13 then. That's the reduction page, would be, page 13 would be the
Where
reduction.
we'd actually vote on page 13 versus individual, right?
208,
635?
I had 545.
Maybe, I had 6105, maybe, what do you have for reduction number?
Well, again, I'm basing this that,
Yep.
so we'll do it simply. The salary is supposed to be $70,045, correct?
That's correct.
Or
Correct.
no?
40. Well, it's 39.32, so to me it should be
I'd go to
39.
45 because munis rounds, I wouldn't go
Oh,
tight within
okay.
$1, I round to the nearest five.
Squabble over pennies.
Right,
No,
yeah.
Let's
that's
not
all.
get to that point.
No, but I didn't know how it rounds up, if it,
So 70,045. So now I'm subtracting 76,240, correct?
Correct?
From that, and my math comes up with $6,195.
Correct?
Okay? So then we would be reducing the salary line item of $214,740,
Correct.
and that would yield $208,545.
Correct.
Yes, but on the page prior to that, Councilor, we're doing a salary and an expenditure line item, so we're adjusting out of the salary. So is everybody with us so far with that, so far, so good? Any other adjustments to the city council? So I'll entertain a motion to adjust the city council salary line item to, 2008,545. $208,545 plus 1,500. So the new total for the city council would be 2,010 and $45. Everybody right, good with that? So I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to adjust the city council salaries to
Motion made and seconded to adjust the city council salary line item by 2,000 to 208,000, now that I'm better, $208,545, which yields a city council total of $210,045. Everybody good? Any further discussion? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it is approved 5-0. Well, that was easy.
Thank you.
Good job. No, thank you, Council Roby. No, nice job. Okay.
No, not until,
All
not
right,
until
moving on,
January.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on,
Councilor Doucette.
thank you very much. I just want a clarification before we get too far.
Yep.
I understand the sick buyback, but what is actually longevity?
What's that?
What is longevity?
If you sit in a chair for a long time, you get,
You get kudos? So it's,
realistically, yeah, that's what it is. You sit in the chair, you get a raise.
okay.
That's
So the
why
lon-
it's, we're slowly getting away from that.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted the definition, and thank you, I appreciate that.
All right, Mayor's budget. Mayor's budget is $297,575, an increase of 3.97%. And again, salary ordinance adjusted the mayor's, executives, aides, salaries, and the rest of it is even with the exception of an inaugural expense at the bottom, which is we put in every 2 years. Comments or questions on the mayor's budget?
So
Councilor Roby.
I guess then, if we're talking about munis rounding up, that's what happened with these two, because they don't exactly match.
I round
The
up to the
ordinance.
nearest 5 or 10 normally. So you're going to see $3 to $8 off on every single payroll line item. Munis carries things out 4 decimal places. Excel only carries out 2. So therefore, when we do payroll, we can be off $3, and I'd rather have $3 extra than $3 short.
Okay, so I'm fine with those numbers.
Comptroller's budget. Comptroller budget, $649,110. It's a 19.64% increase. The comptroller did provide us the details. They made up the increases in his budget, primarily driven by postage and bond expense and an actuarial study. So, Brian, my only comment on the actuarial study is since the actuarial study is for OPEB, why can't OPEB trust pay for the actuarial study versus paying for it out of the city budget?
Legally, I think you could. At this point in time, the earnings in the OPEB aren't strong enough. I mean, the bottom line is the city's going to pay it one way or the other. My thought was, let the city pay the $15,000 now instead of taking it out of OPEB. I lose a year's worth of earnings on the $15,000, so therefore I allocate it in the city's budget instead of trying to fund it through OPEB. When the OPEB fund gets to, 20, 25 million and it starts generating, a fair amount of income, I would explore it at that point in time.
You okay, Councilor? I just want to...
Yeah, if it was up to me, Mr. Chairman, I would not take money out of OPEB. We're struggling to get it in there.
All right, no, good point. Comments or questions on the comptroller's budget? Okay, city auditor, $342,335, less than 2% increase, and most of them are all salary-related line items. Comments or questions? Assessors Department, $430,635, a 28.59% increase, primarily driven by the 3-year personal property valuation service line item that you can see at the bottom, and then he has the appellate tax one jumped $5,000 as well. Comments or questions? Council Orr.
Just, it was well noted, that's what I was going to ask, is that next year, obviously, we'll see a reduction in that, right? This is to cover the reeval.
Right.
And so next year, that 253% increase will obviously go back to a reduction from the previous year.
I would say yes, but I would also say that we'll probably be talking about the department during the fiscal year this year.
Okay.
But with the value, with the increase, the huge increase in the personal property valuation, keep in mind that with that, we end up with some we get a lot of our new growth from personal property. So
Yes.
although I think we've used the $2.8 million in new growth, with the personal property valuations being looked at closely, we could see more than that.
So to your point, yes, you will see that go down next year, but as far as this is money well spent
Oh,
that brings in
understandable.
more than what we're spending, so I mean,
Sure.
it's a,
No, I agree.
I call it value spending.
You get more for your money in the long.
That's correct. Counsel Roby?
Does the personal property include actual homes, or is it inside in businesses, the
It's
things?
business equipment. For the offices, it's the desks and the bookcases and the computers. Obviously, in Marlborough, we're fortunate, the big value comes with the GEs and the Quest with their lab space. Lab space is very valuable, there's a lot of expensive equipment in there.
Yeah.
The problem is with personal property is it diminishes quickly also. So we get a couple big hits out of it, but then it diminishes quickly. And keep in mind, for the small businesses in town, years ago, we exempted the first $10,000 in value.
It was 5, we upped it to
We
10.
upped it
Okay.
to 10 this year.
So, you know, they don't get hit with this.
That only came out to $40,000 in case anybody thinks.
It's not a whole lot of money. So will
But to a small
business,
business, it's a big deal.
That's right.
will businesses actually be visited by a company to inspect?
Yes.
So be warned.
Okay, Collector's Office, $193,885, a 7.32% increase, and there, the collector's salary is the primary driver, along with $2,000 for other services.
All right,
Counsel Roby.
So I will ask about the collector's salary, which is listed at $85,630. And since I don't know where a lot of these people stand, there is no salary ordinance salary that matches that. The closest one is the furthest year, $84,037.
Correct. That'd be the collector's salary. She gets a step. This, I believe, June, end of May, early June, she gets a step. So that'll be a full year with a step plus the 2% increase for the contract. Because there's a 2% cost of living increase pretty much every non-union personnel.
So you understand they're only going to match that salary ordinance this one point in time, and then every year, once we do the 2% increases, everything's got to be adjusted 2%.
Right, but I thought at least for this year, it
She's
should
on the order.
match.
She'll get a step now for next year, and she'll get a step next year also. She's on the old schedules. So she's only been 1 year coming up. She hasn't been a full year, so she'll have a step now and then another step next May.
So it doesn't automatically revert to the schedule, whatever it was for
Because
July 1st?
She's part of a year of step 2, part of a year of step 3. So it won't match those because it's not a full year at that time.
Hired on July.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly, correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Tax title salaries, there's really nothing for us to discuss there unless someone wants to debate that. It's been $34,000 forever. Law Department, $485,240, 8.44% increase, primarily driven by contract services, along with adjustments in the salary line item for the assistant solicitor. Comments or questions? Counsel Orem.
So, Roby. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just looking at the history of the legal services contractual, we've seen through the 2016, 171, and then it went up to 257. Actual right now is 207. We have 175, and the chair said it earlier, we're gonna see transfers through the year. Is this a guesstimate, and is it based on the unknowns of what may happen next year, or do you have an idea?
No, we've had, I've been down to see the council a few times over the last couple of years because of the litigation we've been involved in, so, it's expensive, there's no question about it. And we have good counsel on different projects, but, some of the things we've been working with, trying to negotiate a contract with Northborough and find out where we are with them, the issues that have been going on with WeCare. So we've had some substantial costs. I'm hoping that we see this decrease substantially next year and we get these other things behind us, but, you know, we've had some expensive issues.
And that's why I was asking. I know it's a crystal ball, you're not for sure
Yeah.
what's gonna happen, but the trend shows it being higher than the 150 that's being asked for.
Very aggravating.
Understandable. Thank you.
Counselor Roby?
Mine's just a question. There is a $25.74 charge in the revised 2017 budget, which has 0 originally. Is that a mistake?
It might have been encumbered, it might have been a small bill that was encumbered at 1 year, so it shows up in the revised as it, when she pulls the encumbered amounts in. Because that's the only thing that would be left out there, because we didn't have a budget line item. It was
Right, that's
mixed
why
into
it-
the other one. So there had to be money encumbered under that line item at the end of the prior fiscal year.
Okay.
That's what that is.
So can you make a note to confirm with Diane that that's actually what happened and it's not a mistake?
Sure, I'm more than happy to confirm with her on that, but that's the way, unfortunately, that's why we don't like this report. That revised budget column includes the budget plus encumbered, so, you know, I'm pretty comfortable giving you that explanation.
Okay.
for that.
So I can help. So on the March budget report, somewhere we transferred in $25.74.
Oh, okay,
And
thank
so-
you.
so-
I didn't bother to go back and look. Just,
Okay, anything else for the law department? Okay, human resources, $274,390, a 10.9% increase, primarily driven by the contract services for the noose going over to the, or getting the unions to agree to no more civil service, the exams and the schedules is driving that, which was explained in the Mr. Brumby's letter to the council. Comments or questions? Information technology, one of our favorite topics. Hang on.
Yep.
$707,170, a 63.79% increase. I'm going to let Mr. Gibbs explain this one.
We love them. Seats waiting.
Hello, Mr. Gibbs.
How are you?
Very good. Actually, I'll turn over to Councilwoman first.
And I already asked Mr. Gibbs just prior to the meeting a question, and the mayor explained it in his letter on the budget, but the reverse 911 is going to the IT budget. And again, thank you for mentioning Don Cuson in your letter, Mr. Mayor. That was a nice gesture. With that happening, the question is, has the city looked at, and it can be for any of you, free, going out to bid that, and how much did we spend on that?
I think it was a increase for that line was,
And I know you're new to it, so that's why I just would ask that you consider looking at
I think it
other
was about
vendors.
between 35 and 40,000.
Yeah, so if I can, Councilwoman, Mr. Gibbs, so in the current budget, we had a line item for 911 support of $28,660 and spent all but $7 of it so far. So, and that's rolled into the professional and technical services,
Yes.
Mark? Okay.
So, if you've all seen this,
Yes, yep.
okay, so as you can see, at the very top line here, it says I have a 3.9% increase. So I work very hard in my department to try to keep my line as level as possible and as little increase as possible. Now, over the past couple of years, I've gained a little fund in our PEG account, and we were to spend that money down, and over the past couple of years, we've been using our PEG money to fund my budget. So that's why it looks like there's a major increase in my department, but there really isn't. It's really a 3.09% increase.
But if I could, Mr. Mayor, so when the PEG money does become available, we can be using that to offset IT going forward in the future?
That's correct.
Is that the right way to look at it? So it's kind of a one-time, we're in the middle,
Up to this point, we've been just taking it out and utilizing it for the city and for the schools. In fact, when I started, there was over $1 million sitting in the account that, it was kind of curious what it was. We discovered that it was the PEG money just accumulating up at the schools. And so we've been utilizing that to buy a lot of our technology. Mark kind of balances it out for the things that we need on the city side, but obviously our costs aren't as high on this side, or our needs aren't as high on this side as we need on the schools. So that will he'll still be working to balance the two out. But we're dwindling that account down, so by the end of the year, we're close to zero. And then starting in July, any PEG money that comes in will be going in an account again that you'll be transferring for the purchases of IT.
Councilman, does that answer your question, or?
It does, but I guess I was getting one other question, and that was, is the present vendor already contracted for next year for reverse 911?
I can't answer that. I believe it is.
Okay, so you can't change it at this point then, if you are. Maybe next year you'll consider looking at, I saw some savings in the town I work for. We went to a different vendor from the one you're gonna use, and there was some savings in it, so just, maybe next year you can go out.
I can tell you this, a few years ago, we actually changed vendors because the system we were using, was kind of archaic, and it was difficult to use. Mr. Cuson and us, we worked together on getting in this Blackboard Connect, and now it's basically seamless to get done. But Milano can kind of speak on it a little bit better.
The contract does expire at the end of this fiscal year. They have reached out to us to continue it. Actually, a resident reached out to us about another vendor which he works for to bring it to our attention. Part of the good thing with staying with this vendor is the familiarity. The police department uses it, I think, for basically all of their details. They can send out a text to all their officers, and an officer can respond and come in. So there are other benefits to our Blackboard Connect in addition to the contacts with the public. So there are a lot of additional benefits. We may be able to find a contract and save a few dollars, but is that worth transitioning when people are very familiar and very using it?
And I also like to say too is that the school department now is using Blackboard Connect as well. So we might be able to work a deal, seeing that we're both using it, that maybe they can give us a cut or a break in the pricing.
Well,
So.
you're thinking the way I'm thinking. What I would do is call the town of Ashland where I work and ask, what are you paying for Code Red? And see if it's a big difference, call Code Red, see what they would charge the city of Marlborough. I'm not trying to get in who you use for a vendor, but it'll give you some negotiation opportunities, and maybe they will come down, because there's new companies out there, and I agree, the Blackboard Connect's very good. I worked with them for many years, but it's a very competitive market now, so it wouldn't hurt. It might save some money, is all
Be
I'm saying.
glad to take a look at it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Council Delano?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll follow that same line of questioning to start.
Nice job.
The schools make great use of the Blackboard Connect because virtually every school child's parents sign up because so much information is transmitted and it's incredibly efficient. On the city side, we're less, we don't really have the vehicle to get residents signed up, and we don't do a very good job of it. I've been talking about this for several years. We're paying the money. When really bad things happen, we need to get a hold of our residents. And we need to market that, we need to get out there and do that, and I don't know who's supposed to do that. I don't know if it's the IT department, the mayor's office, the fire department, the emergency management services, but I've talked to the mayor about this, and I've spoken before at the council. We need, at every opportunity, at every major public event, to have a table out there from the city, signing everybody up. Go to the retirement villages, Villages East, so all of these other places. A lot of the residents just haven't signed up, and they really want to do that. And so not only to get things from emergencies, but also to know about less important things if they so desire to check that box, to get reminded it's hazardous waste dump day or whatever it may be. We need a plan for that. I don't know where that should come from, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I do know that every month they do a scan and import phone numbers and addresses, stuff like that, but they're not, those are for the emergency
That's not the
calls.
cell phone numbers.
Right.
So my experience with the cell phone numbers is you have to be willing to give it. They're not, there's no way to go
Absolutely.
scan to find out your, your point to make it available, say, hey, guys, if you want this information to be available, you gotta be able to give the city your cell phone number. They'll just go sweep Verizon and whatever, home landlines there are, but they're disappearing, and that's the challenge. So unless you're willing to give your cell phone number to the city for that service, you're right, Councilor Don, they're gonna miss out on some.
So if it was me, I would put things either in the water bills. I would have a table out at Heritage Days. I would have a table out at the car show. I would be out at graduation. Where I would go into New Horizons. Somebody needs to do this. And now we're talking about budgeting, so some money should be appropriated somewhere. I just think that it could save a life, it could help a resident somewhere, and we're paying for it. Let's get our bang for our buck doing that. Also, for Mr. Gibbs.
Yes.
Is our IT, we've been trying to do a Wi-Fi build-out throughout the city so that we can get cameras in the areas that we need them, that they're connected, that the people who need to see them can see them. We've been working on that forever. Where are we on that?
We have, we have close to, I think, 200 and something cameras in our system right now. So we are building out through all the buildings, and we have cameras pretty much a lot of places, not on the street corners or anything like that, but within reach of any of our buildings, so.
How about, do we have cameras down at the new, down in the new senior center, the new Ward
Yes.
Park?
Yes,
And who can see those?
the police.
Can they see them in their cruisers yet?
They cannot see them in the cruisers yet, no.
When is that gonna happen?
I'd have to talk to the new police chief and about a system to do that. I mean, with Chief Leonard, we looked at a few systems and to do that kind of stuff, and it was outrageously expensive. So we have to look at the laws too, because the CJIS laws prevent the cruisers to stream stuff from their vehicles when they're connecting to the CJIS databases. So they're really tied into one server, so they really can't bring up a camera, because that camera's, they can only access that one server. So we can look into it with the new police chief and you know.
Okay, I'm not trying to create law here. I just
No.
feel like we have great trained officers. Sometimes they may be on speed patrol, and if they have, you know, if you've ever seen security cameras going from place to place to place to place, you know, kind of extends their reach, and I would like to see that. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councilor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to take another step to what Councilor Delano was talking about as far as reverse 911 and getting people onto the list. And what we should be considering is actually using the technology itself. In other words, you know, from your cell phone, text to this number, and you get to be on our list, you know, and then promote that type of concept in every piece of material that actually leaves the city, you know, any type of bill, tax bill, water bill, whatever. You know, on your cell phone, text this, you get notifications, you know, that's pretty much how the rest of the world does it, and we can take advantage and learn from that. The other thing is, as far as just regular communications out to the citizens, I think Councilor Delano's idea of doing something for Municipal Waste Day would be fabulous. I wish someone did it to me last year. But also, I think anything associated with the elections, the municipal, the primaries, the state, the federals, notifications to people, don't forget to vote tomorrow. You know, kind of get that, see, whatever we can do to try to get, you know, voting attendance to actually show up would be beneficial as well, and could use this type of system as an regular exercise to make sure the thing works. Because part of the process here is the more it's regularly used, the more we figure out how the process works and how to take advantage of it. So technology is there to be used. If you don't use it, you don't know how to use it, you know, one of those types of things. So, thank you.
Chairman, the only caution I want to throw up, and we've talked about a few times when different things come up, is to make sure that we're not overusing it, so people don't pay attention when we call, and it is an emergency. We don't want them ignoring us. I don't know if that means we have two different systems or something, but, you know, we've been trying to use it when we need it. Probably the DPW use it quite a bit during snowstorms and things about, you know, trash day. And I get it on 3 or 4 different phones. But, you know, it just, we try and, there's a fine line between, you know, overusing it. I just don't want to lose the public's response if it is an emergency. So, you know, maybe the route is to go just pump the information out there and let the people decide. But, you know, it's something we can talk about. I've just been really cautious in how we've used it, but maybe you're right. Maybe we should be using it and just pumping stuff out there.
Councilor Roby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was going to kind of be my point. 911 is an emergency line. So reverse 911 to me is you don't call me unless it's an emergency. I don't want calls every week from the city of Marlborough. I don't answer my landline anyway, so it just goes to message, but.
I agree with Mr. Delano and you as well. There's 2 levels of this reverse 911 system. There's the level where people come and sign up, and they can sign up for those trash requests or the police requests, or they want to know whether there's a movie playing at the library. They can sign up for those calls, and they're asking for them. So those people can be called whenever they want. But I agree, again, with the 911 stuff. That's really for 911, that's for emergencies. So.
And then I do have a couple of questions. I'd actually wondered where the reverse 911 money was, so thank you, Councilor Ossing, for pointing out which line it was added to. But to me, the bigger increase is the one that's on the 52541, which is, you talk about it being the munis contract, and because there's no more PEG money. So I guess I'm confused. If you've increased that line by $230,000, if we get PEG money and it comes into the city and we do a transfer, what happens to the money that's already in the budget for the stuff we would use the transfer for?
We haven't used the anticipated revenues from the PEG money in our revenue projections.
You have already?
We have
You
not.
have not.
We have not, so that will help in that number there.
So we actually need more than the $230,000 you've put in the budget?
No. So that will offset some of these
So
expenses.
what Councilor Roby's asking is, the PEG money's not gonna be of any use to us, in theory, till our next budget. Because if I put it in there now for this budget, then Councilor Roby's making the right point. You're asking for $339,000 plus whatever new PEG money is, which means you're asking for a whole lot more money than what we're advertising here. And that's not what I heard.
No, because when we do and maybe the controller can correct me, but when we do our final revenue numbers come October, November, when we finally set the tax rate, and we plug in all our numbers, where we start getting some firmer numbers, we use that PEG money, we'll have a good idea what's coming in, and we can use that as anticipated revenue and reduce that tax levy by that number. So we'll be paying, if we come in for a transfer from this line item, it's similar to the transfer we're doing for the field money, right? Last year, we didn't use any of the money in the field account, but we could have transferred that in to reduce that tax levy even more. So it's sitting there. If we needed to get it down, that tax levy down, we'll be using that money.
I guess I would be seeing that to offset the tax levy. I mean, is this what you need to operate in fiscal year 18?
Sure.
It is. So then in my mind, any PEG money that's out there, theory, should sit until the next budget and offset the next budget's worth of money. Unless we're now gonna say we're gonna use it like the aquifer fund and start using it to offset the levy, which it's where do you wanna take the hit? I mean,
I think the only problem I have with that, Counselor, and I don't have a problem with it, but as a counselor, I probably would, that if I didn't put this in here and I'm gonna pay for it with the PEG money, you know, I'd be increasing my real budget by another, $400,000, because I used it over here. I did a transfer later, so we'd be adding it to the revised budget anyway.
We'll think about it, but
Yeah,
to
'cause-
to your point, this is what you need to run fiscal
Yes.
year 18.
That is correct.
All right, so, yeah, then what will we ever do a transfer, and why would we transfer it?
Technology for like hardware requests, fiber runs, different things that we would need. That's what the PEG money was used for before in the past.
Electronics.
So
Whatever
additional
electronics are.
expense, because that's what you said, you've got what you need for your budget, you've got what you need in this budget. If you need those other things, why aren't they in the budget?
Because they're capital requests.
And we're going to use PEG money for the capital requests?
There was no IT in their capital request anticipating the PEG money is gonna be, some of that's gonna be used for the capital purchases.
So then I guess I would agree with Counselor Ossing, the smarter thing is to let it pile up and know that that's what we're using it for versus adding it somewhere else and then counting on that to offset.
So, in either way, we're gonna get a swing at the pitch, because you can't do anything with the PEG money until it comes up to the council.
That's correct.
Right.
So I think that's
Okay.
where,
And Mr. Chair, that's exactly what I was going to state, is it would come in front of the Finance Committee, no matter what, if you're needing to take the PEG money. Now, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, for the listening audience, could you explain where the money comes from, the cable reserves, the one, you said about 1 million, Mr. Mayor, is in those,
No, I think
no,
it's 70%.
it's built up over time.
built up
Yeah, I
over
think
time?
it's more
Could-
like
could you
700,000
explain-
a year, 750,000 a year.
Just for the listening audience, because we keep passing around that acronym PEG, which, Mark, I know you put in your budget too, and just if you could explain the acronym, just so
I have
people...
no idea what PEG
It's
stands for.
public
What it is,
educational governmental.
There is a fee that's attached to everyone's cable bill that
Thank you,
runs
thank
through,
you.
and we get a portion of that from the cable companies. It's part of the, I believe, federal negotiations, although we do get a portion through the contract. We have a new contract with one of the vendors. We're negotiating a contract with the other vendor, and through that, in the bills is an amount that we get to spend on electronics.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, that's all I was asking for, thank you.
Years ago, the cable company would provide what's called an INET for cities and towns, where they would connect cable to the different buildings to give them internet access or different things. They got out of that business, and instead of doing that for them, they ended up giving money to the cities and towns and letting them handle their own.
So I want to be careful. There is no giving. Everybody that's got cable TV is paying for this, right? So it's not a.
Yes.
I mean, so, yeah, I mean,
That is
nothing,
Sorry.
again, it's another way that they figured out how to extract money from the resident to pay for some other service. So
Crazy people.
just don't, it's not free money. We're paying for it. I just want to make sure people understand that.
I did have one more question, I'm sorry. In the salary schedule, there's a person called telecommunication tech. Which position in your budget is that? Telecommunication tech.
I do not have a telecommunications.
Okay, so.
You do?
But someone else does.
All right, because that's why I've got the question mark. Okay, thank you. I just figured it would be IT.
Me too.
All set, Counsel Roby? Counsel Delano?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One more question for Mr. Gibbs. I don't know, there were changes to the foot up, I'm not sure where it shook out. Are you still in charge of technology for the schools, or has that been moved over to the schools?
Yes.
So it's back with you, or? never
Haven't
mind.
left.
Okay, so yeah, okay, I thought there was some discussion of moving that. So can you just give me a quick thumbnail? What is the status of the technology of the schools?
We're in good shape, I think. We've been doing the MCAS testing the past 3 or 4 weeks, doing one-to-one with the Chromebooks, and we've been very successful. So, our network's in good shape, the computers are in good shape, everything's looking good. I mean, I think so.
And how many of the classrooms have Chromebooks now, or schools, I should say?
How many classrooms have Chromebooks? I think pretty much almost every classroom has a Chromebook.
So those are the individual books that the kids take, notebooks that the kids take home?
So, in the
Don't
school.
guess, if you don't know, we'll ask
I
the
do not know,
superintendent.
yeah,
Sorry.
this would be a
We'll wait
question for the school.
Can we wait for the?
We'll wait for the schools, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional comments from Mr. Gibbs, or any comments on the comptroller budget? Mr. Gibbs, thank you very much.
Thank you.
City clerk, $230,645, 11.59%. And I will give a plug for Ms. Thomas that she fills out the best department budget sheet, which we'll be using going forward, but we'll.
She's the teacher's pet, I know.
She is the teacher's pet. So, again, as the clerk mentioned, for the adjustments for the services for our voting machines and polling salaries, comments or questions on the city clerk budget? Elections, $127,281, a 14.87% increase. Poll workers were the big driver that we set, but that's something we approved to make sure we got participation. Comments or questions on the elections? I'm sorry, Council Dwyer.
Just one question, would this budget include a primary if needed?
It includes everything, so there may be excesses depending on if we have a primary or not, and what the reimbursement might be from the state if we had anything.
Thank you.
Because the clerk automatically goes, keeps them all in there.
Yeah, and the clerk does a good job trying to make sure we get the money from the state. License commission, so there should be a new sheet that kind of clarified the license salary and other line items. $9,230, a 0.65% increase in the license commission. In fairness to Mr. Gallonie, I'm going to save public services, DPW, sewer, and water till the end, all right? So I'm going to work through everything else, and we'll save our favorite guy to the last, all right? All right, so we'll skip over property and building maintenance. All right, so what's the council's pleasure? I went through Mr. Donahue items on insurance, and I'll work through them all. If you have questions, speak up, but the numbers, though I didn't like all of them, I understand why the increases are there. So other insurance, $360, and this is all on the city side right now, $360,000. It's a 3.45% increase. So just feel free to speak up if you got a comment. I'm just going to read these for the public. Retirement pension, $5,160,900, a 5% increase. Workers' comp, $659,800, an 8% increase. Council Dwyer.
I do have a question on the workman's comp. You know, I understand it's changed from back when I was there, that now they have workman's comp, but is the process that the city uses, and you may not have the answer to this, it may be more personnel, is the process that the city is using slowing down the process for our employees to get back to work?
I'm going to ask Mr. Brumby to come up for a minute, but I think the biggest problem we have in getting our employees back to work, especially with DPW and police and fire, is getting 100% sign-off before they're allowed to come back to work.
Sign off from who?
From our medical professionals to allow them to come back to work. I think what we need to take a look at in both police and fire, is there an opportunity to start discussing a light duty clause? You know, so we can get them back to work doing something. I think many of the professionals that we have in the positions would like to take that opportunity. We really haven't had the discussion. I'm kind of popping it on both chiefs, but, you know, it'd be something we have to negotiate, and is it worthwhile or isn't it worthwhile? You know, but making sure that everyone is completely fit when we bring them back is, it does get time consuming, Mr. Berman.
Well, and that's where that's where I'm going with this, you know, is I've heard of different instances where somebody's been 100% ready to come back, and there's been a glitch in the system that has slowed down the process of them coming back, which adds to the overtime and so on.
I don't know of anyone that's 100% that hasn't come back.
I don't either, Council.
Okay.
I think we have a third-party vendor that I believe is very good at this. They have, we have a case nurse that works on every individual that's out. We have a claims adjuster. We have people in my office in conjunction with the chiefs who really keep in touch with folks. And we know, as a matter of fact, today we had a review. We have a review every 3 months where we go through every single person that's out on workers' comp. And we know exactly where they are, what they're doing, this surgery scheduled, when they're coming back.
So it's not slowed down at all?
No.
Then? Okay.
I would say no.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, moving on, page 47, unemployment compensation, $76,000, a reduction of 5%. Health insurance for the city side, $6,662,520, an 8% increase. Other government, other general government, $600,000. So this is for the reserve for salaries and OPEB account. Comments or questions? Police Department, $8,086,820, a 9.92% increase, primarily driven by, you'll see all the salaries for the negotiated contracts for the various command and officers have now been factored into the new contract. Correspondingly, the 2 new police officers, so you see all the other incidentals that go along with new officers from holiday, night shift differential, educational incentive, overtime, all increasing in those amounts as well. Comments or questions for the chief? Councilor Jouer.
Thank you. 2 questions. Do we have any projected retirements that will be coming up that we have to be worried about?
Sure. On the reserve for salary item, which you just went by, I have 4 listed for police, and I have 4 listed for fire. It doesn't cover 100% of their retirement pay when they leave. Some of that will come out of the regular line item.
Okay, and also I noticed the chief dispatcher position was zeroed out. Are we not going to have somebody training or doing the dispatches?
Well, what that position was, it's something that was like a long-standing position that Dispatcher Bastian carried when the department moved from Main Street to the new facility. He retired last year, and a lot of the duties that he had with that position were administrative, like scheduling vacations, time on, time off, and those duties have kind of been assumed by the supervisor who oversees the dispatches, so.
Police supervisor.
Police supervisor, that's right.
Okay.
So that's why that position has been lined out.
Okay.
Any other comments for the chief? Oh, you're getting away so
Come on, he's
easy.
sweating this. Come on, you gotta
It's been a long day waiting for this, so.
Thank you, chief.
Thank you.
Fire Department, $7,996,496, a 9.82% increase. Again, a lot of this is driven on contract settlement, adjustments in the staffing position at the fire department. And I'll open it up to comments or questions for the council. Anything for the fire department? Councilor Doucette.
Just, we're on page 57, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Bottom, under other salaries, there's a license fee.
License fee.
Yes. What exactly is it, and how did it jump up so much? It's 113%.
Good evening,
Good evening,
Chief.
Mr. Chairman. Good evening, council members. Okay, yes, Council, that fee is related to the recertification required for our emergency medical technicians. So there's a fee, I won't say half, but off years, everyone recertifies every 2 years, so depending upon a number of personnel, I think this happens to be a year where the majority, well, greater than 50% of the department has to recertify.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, appreciate it.
Anything else for the chief? Council Orm?
We can't let the chief off. I mean, the other chief was new, but Chief Green's been
He's
here
an old
for,
hat now. He doesn't, you don't make him nervous anymore.
yeah, he's part of the group, as they all are. But thank you for your letter, first of all, and I did recognize on the second page the fact that we still need to continue to look at national standards as you are going forward with your overview with the management and as well as the continuation, and we all have to recognize that, you know, the minimum you note here is 15 per shift. Presently, Marlborough will have how many per shift?
So as the council probably recalls from the last time I was before you, we currently have a number of vacancies. We're hopeful to fill those vacancies as we come out of civil service and we proceed with the hiring process. Each shift starts with a number of personnel. Right now, we are running down to a minimum of 14 persons per shift. But, you know, we have a number of personnel who are out on injured on-duty status. We have a couple of people, in terms of answering the question what the previous chief was just asked, we have a couple of people that we expect to retire in the upcoming months. And as you know, we're still in the midst of a reorganization where we're going to make some promotions. So right now, I can predict that in this upcoming fiscal year, it is likely we will hire as many as 8 new firefighters.
And that will reach that number of 15 per shift.
So what it will do, Council, it will elevate the starting number of personnel we have, and then we can run down. So sometimes we may have as many as 18 people on a shift, but while people exercise leave, taking vacation time, personal time, it will actually run down so that we do not fill the first few people that may be out exercising leave with overtime.
And the reason for the questioning is it's the benefit to our residents, our community as well. If you have an active fire department not on call, obviously your fire insurance isn't as high as towns that may not have that, and national standards obviously are a major part of, I'm sure, their overview. I don't know if that's the case, you could maybe help me with that, but I would believe if we meet national standards, it helps out our residents in respect to insurance.
It's a very complex question. I'll try not to spend a
didn't
lot
mean
of
to put
time,
you
but
on the
there is one standard that is recognized throughout the industry, the ISO rating of a community. So the ISO, it's a complex scoring system, the majority of which is scored based upon your water supply system. But in terms of the organization of your fire department, including its capacity and capability, which I explained at a previous meeting, the number of fire engines, the number of staffing, their call volume, yes, those scores are put together once every 10 years, and then your both commercial and private, residential fire insurance is based on that scoring. So right now, my understanding is we're 3-9, 1 being the best, 10 being the worst. So a 3-9 is essentially 3 within the water district and 9 outside, which is a very, very small portion of this community.
And last question, if I may, Mr. Chair, is that I expect, because it's no different from the police department, we'll probably be seeing you sometime in the near future for this new FY18 budget, unfortunately, because a large department of your size, it's unpredictable what may happen, so. But hopefully we can keep within some confines of what's being presented.
Thank you, Councilor.
Council Dwyer?
Thank you. Chief, you said you had 14, minimum of 14 on duty. Can you break that down, please, for the public?
I can. So the best way to break that down, would you like me to break it down by stations?
Or just how the shift is run?
So,
I mean, what the 14 consists of. I know it's not, or I don't believe it's 14 firefighters on.
no, it's not.
No, that's-
So, and it could be a variation depending upon who is exercising leave. But when I arrived here back in July of 2015, one of the things that I did was I elevated the minimum staffing from 13 to 14. And then in addition, I added my preference to have a minimum of at least 2 certified fire officers on duty at one time. Prior to that, there was only 1. So certainly you may have somebody acting as a fire officer, But my requirement is that you have at least 2 civil service, which is a way to say that they officially were promoted, vetted, and actually promoted to hold the rank of a fire officer rather than an acting position. I don't know that I have to get into why I think that's important, but one of those positions constantly maintains an incident command presence, oversees the operational control of the entire shift. So to break it down, we have an incident commander 24/7. That's somebody who is in the operations vehicle. So that's your first primary position. And then after that, you would staff 3 personnel on engine 1 out of headquarters, 2 personnel on the rescue, and then 3 personnel at station number 3 and 3 personnel at station number 2. So if you look at that, that's
What
how
are
you...
you putting, and I don't know the answer to these.
I'm leaving
I
out the
honestly-
tower to a minimum of 2 people on the tower as
Yeah,
well.
I didn't know if it changed.
That's how we come up to our minimum.
And one of the functions of somebody on the engine is the engine officer. Every engine has an officer.
That is correct. That is, I feel very strongly about that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Delano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, I have a question for you. When you're talking about minimum staffing that you, as the commander, like to have, is that different from contractual minimums? Meaning, you know, that could affect overtime dramatically if...
Very much so.
So how does that work?
So I understand where I think what you're trying to highlight is we are not talking about entering into a collective bargaining agreement or exercising language that calls for a minimum number of people on fire apparatus. As you know, that's not a mandatory subject of bargaining, and that's something that the city should be cautious about. Nevertheless, it is a safety concern relative to the number of firefighters that you assemble on an active fire scene for safety of not only the firefighters, but of the citizens that we're working to protect. So the national standards under an NFPA standard called 1710 requires a community of this size to assemble a minimum of 15 firefighters on duty within 8 or fewer minutes to attack what I might loosely refer to as a basic 1,500 square foot, single-family home. And when you look at a standard like that, obviously Marlborough is not meeting that standard at the time. So it's something that I think, as pointed out in the MRI study, it's one thing that we have to work to elevate. And in conversations with the mayor, that is something that we're looking at in terms of, steady progress towards elevating the department.
Thank you, Chief. The 24-hour shifts, we switched over to that a few years ago. We were told it would work out better for everyone. I know not everybody was in favor of it, not every firefighter was in favor of it, but we have it now. So is that saving us money? Is that giving the residents better service, better quality? How is that working out?
That's an interesting question, Counselor. I still perceive that perhaps, the department has accepted it, as most of the departments here in the Northeast have. I would venture to say if I were to do a poll, you would still find a group of personnel who would prefer to be back to the 10s and 14s. What I would point out to everybody is that the amount of hours that they work in a work week has not changed. They still, on average, on a cycle, work 42 hours per week. It's just a different way of setting up that schedule of 168 hours in the week. But to answer your question, I'm not aware of any qualitative or quantitative analysis in terms of productivity. I can tell you that as I review leave, I think we're making progress in terms of reducing the use of sick leave, increasing the use of scheduling in terms of vacation and personnel leave. But I have, to be fair and honest, I have not done any analysis in terms of injured on duty and whether or not that's had an impact on those claims.
I just find it very hard to conceive that on your 22nd and 23rd hour, you'll be as productive as you would in your 8th or 9th or 12th or 13th. But I am very glad to hear that you're getting some progress on scheduling, more reasonableness. The only way we get out of some of our headaches is through collaboration, so I'm glad to hear that seems to be progressing. That's a good thing. A couple more quick things, Mr. Chairman. Now that emergency management services is being kind of folded back in, one of the things I used to talk about with Mr. Cuson is, we've had, for whatever reason, scary weather or weather threats over the last few years. And, you know, it seems like some of the cell phone providers give you these alerts, and some cable TV providers do and some don't. And I've gotten yelled at by a few of our senior citizens who say, how come nobody calls me? Why is there's a tornado coming and nobody lets us know? And I don't know that that's our job, but I'm thinking again, for those people who sign up for the reverse 911, if you don't, I mean, we have people awake 24/7 at the firehouses, presumably. They see this coming in. You know, we should be able to do those alerts and just let people know, hey, take shelter, take cover, whatever it may be. So, just a suggestion.
I agree. I'll quickly add that I was sitting in the audience during the discussion with the Director of IT, and I think that the city can improve some of the ways that we can reach out to some of our citizenry. You know, I always say quality is when we exceed customer expectations. That's the definition, and I agree with you. I was listening, and I think we can make some progress in that, so.
Wonderful. And lastly, as long as I'm around here, you'll hear this from me, you already did, is I would love to see a written plan for extending the life of our expensive vehicles. We're now just endeavoring to buy 2 more, what kind of trucks are they? Engines, whatever you call them. $650,000, $675 per. That's a lot of dough, and I would just dearly love to see a written plan that says we can extend these by 10% or 15%. So you don't have to answer that now. It's up to you and the mayor, really, but I think that's something that is not an unreasonable request, and the same can be said for DPW with some of these monster vehicles that they're getting. How can we make sure we use them, you know, properly, sparingly, fully, and yet not to go to 7-Eleven and get a Slurpee, you know, needlessly, so. And I'm not saying that you guys are doing that. I'm just
Point
saying,
understood.
How do we make best use of the money, so, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Any other
Chairman.
comments? Council Landers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have like 3 questions or 3 statements. I was a little concerned when I realized you weren't replacing Donnie Cuson, only because over the years I happened to sit in on his emergency management meetings. They used to have monthly, and you know, and he'd have a group of 8 or 9 kind of semi-executives from these different companies, you know, discussing their different policies. So, Chief, is this fireman that's going to do this, is he going to be able to take over some of the roles that Donnie Cuson had? Not only in emergencies, but these monthly meetings with some of these chemical companies and so forth?
To be candid, Counselor, I've had this discussion with the mayor. We have not identified an individual to fulfill those responsibilities at this time. And obviously, we have a gap to fill, a rather large gap from Don Cuson and his extraordinary effort and service to the city over the years. But right now, we haven't identified an individual. I've been a little bit preoccupied with my own reorg. In answering the mayor's concerns, though, he specifically asked, you know, what are we going to do? I will share with you that I've had discussions with our 2 latest, newest managers, 2 new assistant chiefs and myself, and we will bear the responsibilities associated with that position until such time as we find a suitable replacement. And that's
I
obviously
think we know he did a good job, and I think if you have someone in that position, the way we had Don, that, you know, it must be needed. The other question, the fact that, you know, you've moved up, you revamped, which, by the way, I support 100%, you know, but you've got more offices now, so you do have less firefighters, but yet overall, there's no increase in the firefighters the way we did with the police department. We added 2 separate people there. I think that's going to have to be addressed, if not in this budget, sometime in the future. And I always wrap it up, Mr. Chairman, with my real pet peeve. I really, and the more I talk to people, uncomfortable with Ladder 2 not being manned in Station 2. Keeping in mind why we built that station, why we put a ladder truck down there, because of all the apartment complexes on Hosmer Street, Broadmeadow, and Route 20. And I think we got to look at that, and of course, we're going to run across the same problem when we do something out west. It's kind of concerning that we have one tower truck that's going to cover the whole city, because you know yourself how often that we have multiple runs. You know, you put that tower out at 601 Donald Lynch Boulevard, and there's a fire like there was a few months ago down at Royal Crest. I think we have to address that somewhere along the line. I think that station's important, as something out in the west is going to be more important. So I'm just bringing those up, Mr. Chairman, because they are concerning.
Counselor, just on that point, I think in talking to, hey, Mr. President.
Hey. Surprise, surprise. We can't do without you, Mr. President.
To address that, I think we've had the discussions, the chief and I, we've had it with the members of the department, with the unions, and I think we've even discussed it down here with Council Jewett, that spent many years on the department, that it's better to have more people that can work a vehicle than to have one person driving a ladder when you need 3 people to operate the ladder. And that's why it was important to us to get the number of, the minimum manning up and get the apparatus properly staffed, because, you know, working the vehicle, if you get the vehicle there and you can't do anything with it, it doesn't do us any good. The chief's assured me with the changes in schedule that he's been able to implement, with the cooperation of the membership down there and the firefighters that we have down there, that even though we're increasing the minimum manning, we shouldn't see a change in our operating budget. You know, and we had a few different discussions on that, because it took a while for me to understand how are we adding to minimum manning and not increasing our budget by that extra 10% or whatever. But I don't disagree with you. We have a ways to go with both the fire and the police department. I needed to at least take one step forward, and I think we did that with the police department. But we have substantial needs in the fire department, but we'll be addressing one step at a time. I think the reorganization, what we're doing right now, we're going to have discussions shortly about identifying locations for a West End station. So we're going to have needs in the fire department coming up that we're going to have to address these things, but we couldn't take them all on at once.
But just one comment, and then I won't say any more. You know, we used to man that ladder truck down there, all right? What has happened that we don't do it anymore? Do we have less buildings? Do we have less people? Do we have less fires? You know, for some reason or other, we had, I think, that protection there, and Mr. Mayor, we've lost that protection.
I think Councilor Jewett mentioned last time we discussed this, that he drove a truck by himself, the only one being on the vehicle. So you can't do much when you're by yourself driving that truck.
So we don't have enough men.
Correct.
We don't have enough men.
Maybe
it's good to have more chiefs, but, you know, sometimes they say too
All
many
right, so let's
chiefs.
keep it to the, I mean, I understand your frustration, but we're not solving it here, Councilor Landers.
Well, I think we have to make people aware of it, that there are concerns out there, Mr. Chairman.
Understood.
Not just me.
Yep, you've made your point. Councilor Roby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions. The first is on the assistant chiefs, where I believe you said you've added 2 to the budget. So maybe the question's more for Mr. Donahue on how he figured the amount of money. Is it one of those funky mid-year kind of things? Because it's not,
I believe it's a salary ordinance for the assistants.
the salary ordinance that we approved has them at 142,800, 142,008.
142,800, I believe, Council.
It says no, there's no up to, 5 years of service. There's only one amount of money, so that you can make it less than.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Then the other one is on the letter, Chief, that you sent us. You have a chart comparing 17 to 18, and you have a fire inspection officer for this year and next year, but there's no money in this year's budget.
Oh, there should be.
So is there a fire inspection officer?
Yeah, it is for $75,000.
But there's nothing in FY17.
That's a very good question. Would you like?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, in 17, we did not break it out as an individual line item. It was structured to be the equivalent of a lieutenant's pay. So you'll see that the lieutenant rank, we lost a position and then transferred it to its own line item at my request to specify a fire inspector.
Okay. And then the other one is more for an understanding of what it is. You added a line, or you increased the line, the emergency management line listed as radio frequency, and you've added money to the account that is a supply and material line. So what is the radio frequency that was under emergency management?
I'm not sure exactly what the radio frequency is, but that's where those two line items came from, and we transferred those two to the fire department.
So is it actually paying a fee for literally a frequency on the radio scanners?
I'm going to speculate from past, not direct knowledge. Again, I haven't really fully assumed these line items in our budget. So I'll have to, review what Don was working on. My understanding is that those are license fees paid to the FCC to maintain your licensing to actually transmit. So whether it's police, DPW, or fire, or anything else. So yes, there are fees associated with that.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Fire department. I thought you had your hand up, Council, you said.
Thank you. To what Councilor Landers said, I just want to make one other comment. It appears that it is a staffing issue as to why Ladder 2's not being staffed. If there was more manpower available on a regular basis, then that equipment would be staffed. There just isn't sufficient staffing to begin with. So until we can actually address the staffing issue, which you did raise, Chief Breen, that's really what's causing the chronic issue with Ladder 2. So, and beyond that, we also get into the issues involved in the western part of the city as well. So.
Okay, anything else on the fire department? Council Orem.
Quick, Mr. Chair, I know it's a large department, so I figured I could get one more question out of the deal. I know where I work, and they may not be practical anymore, but they put in a very unique alarm system. It's in Ashland. They actually have bells and voice commands on their central fire station that gets through the whole town. And I know Marlborough has a lot of hills, but I've never seen it anywhere else. But I was thinking of what Councilor Delano was saying, that, not everyone is on Connect's reverse 911. And I don't know if that's something that you know about.
You'll have to describe it again, Councilor?
Yeah, it's actually a voice-activated megaphone that they use throughout the town. They tested it, and it reaches all the ends of the towns. Very loud voice commands,
Public address system outside.
Thank you. Public address system outside that really works well. It starts with a chime, and it goes to voice commands. I remember when they were testing it. I don't know if it's practical. I know in Marlborough years ago at 10 minutes to 9, morning and night, our whistle went. Right. Or if it's practical to put sirens in certain parts of the city. I don't know. If maybe next year someone could look into something like that, because it concerns me. I agree with Councilor Delano. There's certain members of our community that may not have access to social media or know something's going to be happening, or I thought of that while Councilor Delano was bringing that up. So if I may ask of you to look into that. I know it's not budget related.
I'll stop by asking what takes place in Ashland, because
yes, just give
I'm not
the chief,
altogether familiar with it. So.
Just give the chief a call there, and I'm sure he'll help you out. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know it wasn't budget related, but.
All right, moving on, inspection department, inspectional services.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. $694,105, a decrease, don't get to see many of those, of 1.33%. Any comments or questions on inspectional services? You'll note some of the salaries and positions are moving over to the DPW. Councilor Roby.
And that was my question. The board secretary position moved to DPW, but the zoning member line is still in, why?
Originally, I had thought both of them should be moved down to the engineering department, knowing that the planning board deals with the engineering department every meeting. Our city engineer shows up and it's really an engineering function, so we were moving it down there. I actually originally said, let's do that with the ZBA also, and I was corrected that ZBA really does deal with the building department on a regular basis, and they, they regularly attend those meetings, so it's two different things going in two different areas, so.
But you've got the board secretary split. The ZBA board secretary went to DPW.
Planning board went to the engineering department, ZBA stayed in its original line item.
Yeah, so they moved to page 83, the monies.
Right, for the board secretary, but it was oh. All right, I guess I can't read my notes. All right, never mind.
Anything else on inspectional services?
Just one question.
Mr. President.
Thank you. The question I have is on the in-state travel, what's happening there where we've gone up by about $2,000?
I'm gonna call up the,
Page 61.
but I believe it's with the additional inspectors that we have, and the fact that we're limited on the vehicles that we have, we're reimbursing on the IRS reimbursement rate.
So it's a mileage.
That's correct.
You're being compensated on mileage.
Right.
Yes.
It's a substantial percentage increase.
Yeah.
It's only a couple $1,000s, but it is a high percentage increase. But it's because now we have a couple assistants over there. We have water and electrical inspectors going on a regular basis. We have purchased one vehicle for the Inspectional Services Department, but they're still using their personal vehicles quite often.
Thank you. That answers.
Okay, awesome job, Mr. Scott, you were unbelievable. Hey, I try my hardest. A lot can be said by saying nothing. Emergency management, page 62 has been zeroed out, as we've heard. Thank you, Mr. Scott. School department, page 64, school department budget, $60,028,455, an increase of 2.84%. That was discussed at the school department. I'll open up the comments or questions from the council. Comments or questions from the council? Councilor Delano.
I do have some questions. They're not overly specific, but number one, I would like to get an update on the technology status from before, but also, Mr. Chairman, I have kind of an overriding question that came up during MEDC, and I was told that it should not be an MEDC headache, our Economic Development Corp., but it's my belief that we are not publicizing our schools well enough. In our discussions with MEDC and the Housing Commission, we have found that, and I think we all know this, there's some people who don't understand how good our schools are, and it's causing people not to want to move to Marlborough, and it's having an economic impact on us. I suggested we take some economic development money and start publicizing it. I was told by someone who shall be nameless that I shouldn't bring it up there, so I'm bringing it up here. Should it be the school's expense, the city's council's expense? How should we do this? Because we have great schools. We have great schools. We have a certain population that comes and goes, that throws off our standardized tests. And it is a huge disservice to the residents, to the property owners, not to be getting that word out. We have to figure that out. So what do we need to spend and how do we have to do that? What's the best way to do it?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It's nice to be here. I'd like to circle back, first of all, to the question around the technology that you brought up, Councilor Delano. We are just about a one-to-one district. 5th through 12th grade all have Chromebooks. The 5th graders, 3/4 of them have it now. In the next year, school year, they'll all have it. The 5th.
So each student actually has one now.
They do. Now, let me qualify that. The 5th and 6th graders, we found, should not be taking them home. And they don't, so we have charging carts.
Right.
And the reason for that is when a teacher needs to make use of the technology, if everyone doesn't have it in the classroom, then it becomes, a challenge for the teacher to make sure there's equity. And some students bring it not charged, not fully charged. So 5th and 6th grade do not bring them home, the rest of them do. Third and fourth grade, every student has access again to an iPad. They don't bring them home, they have charging carts. And this was jump-started by a very generous donation by Synovian. A few years ago, they gave us 600 iPads. So in the lower grades, even starting in the early childhood center, there are many kinds of devices. While the students don't have one-on-one capability, there's a wide variety of carts available. And when we talk technology in the schools, also we need to talk about projectors and other kinds of touch devices. It's not just, you know, a Chromebook or an iPad. So our students currently, as Mr. Gibbs said, are taking part in the MCAS testing, and the state this year mandates all 4th and 8th graders to take those on a device. For the second year in a row, we have everyone taking those tests on the device, and it's been fine. Our infrastructure has been sufficient to support that. So there's our technology question. Are there any other thoughts about that?
I can remember that it was not only the projectors, but the smart boards. How, are we good there? We were building those out years ago.
You always need to replace, and we're at a point where in my conference room just the other day, things started to dim when we were in the middle of an MSBA presentation, and I quickly emailed Mark and I said, let's get this as a priority for the upgrade because the bulb goes dim and it turns a rosy color. So we're looking for some better technology, not unlike what you have here. We're on a replacement cycle. Not only that, the Chromebooks have a shelf life of about 3 to 4 years. 4 years is pushing it. So you have to always build in that replacement cycle in addition to the laptops for teachers. So we've grown in the time I've been in the district. We would never have had this conversation 15, 20 years ago. So
our technology here works most of the time. So I can give you that assurance.
It's no reflection on Mr. Gibbs.
Our technology works quite well. As I said, we have many students on any given day testing, and we have no problems. It doesn't crash.
So theoretically, we should save a large amounts of money on the old books, you know, regular paper books series that we would buy.
You're seeing a lot more e-books and a lot more textbook series that have an online component that the students can access at home, so they don't need to carry the heavy backpacks.
Wonderful, thank you so much.
So technology, we are, and I want to say we're very, very blessed in this district.
So
with
how
the
do we
technology.
publicize our schools? And I mean
Right.
it in a professional way, not the occasional article in the newspaper and flyers in backpacks.
This is a hot topic. I've had a lot of conversation recently with Meredith Harris at the MEDC as well as with the mayor. I'm delighted to say that next week we have our first school engagement subcommittee of the MEDC. I'm excited to get into the meat of this and how we can publicize it. We have a communications coordinator that we pay in our city. It's a new position, started with Beth Wagner maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and we've now added some other responsibilities to that position. They oversee translators, they oversee the parent registration and outreach center, which is a brand new department in our schools. And they have a multitude of other tasks with an internal communication lens. We just upgraded to a new website. I hope you've all seen the new website. It is linked to the city's website. So she is the webmaster, and she is the sort of the head of all of the other webmasters in the buildings. Her job is really an internal communications with some outreach to the local media.
I would strongly suggest that you engage a public relations firm, and I would be willing to advocate that. I feel that's economic development all day long, and that I would
well said.
Ask the council to move some of the money that we have in excess to that, because our values are way below what they should be in our homes. We have a great community here, and we're not, and the schools are holding us, the wrong perception of the schools are holding us back. And it's a shame, because all the great things going on.
I don't
it's like
disagree
we
with
have
you, Counselor. I
the
don't
lantern
disagree.
under a bushel, and we need to.
We do, and we have, you know, a world-class STEM program in our high school and STEAM program in our middle school. And Dan Riley has really been the architect of that over the past 6 years, and frequently he presents at the state level, because our district is a proof point district with respect to the scaling up on the state level of a dual enrollment, early college, high school, project-based interdisciplinary learning environment. So we tout that as much as we can. As a matter of fact, he's calling me tonight to talk about a group of superintendents from the gateway cities who are coming with our Jobs for the Future key person to see our STEM program, to see what we've done to help address the needs of our economically disadvantaged students. So I don't disagree. We have much to offer in this city, not only our public school district, but AMSA and Assabet and IC. There are many, many opportunities for choice, for excellent education. I'm excited to start to partner with some of my colleagues, and I'm happy to take funding to target that goal.
Thank you.
So that's not
Thank
part of
you.
the
You've been
budget, but
indulgent,
I
Mr.
think,
Chairman. I appreciate
Councilor
it.
Delano, your point's well taken. I think the council's all heard it. You know, an opportunity in MEDC with the funding that we have that funds MEDC, there's, I don't want to say excess, but there are monies available that could be used. If the council so chooses, you'll work through the mayor and the superintendent, MEDC, if they want to be involved, to have that, what I call, marketing campaign for the schools, which is.
And I may be the only one, but I certainly would advocate. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
One other thing I would like to add about the marketing, we have invested in a large array of banners and backdrops for a public display. We have the Attorney General coming on Wednesday. We're the recipient of a grant, a youth opioid grant. So we have some nice displays for that kind of an event. We also put together a booklet. I hope some of you have seen that. I know many of you have. And my goal is every year to update with a nice, glossy annual report talking about our demographics and touting some of the successes of the Marlborough Public Schools. So we're on that road, and I'm really glad to hear you address it.
Councilor Orem.
Chair. First and foremost, if I may, I've had three of our only three children go through the Marlborough High School system, as well as the entire Marlborough school system. Mr. Clancy, it was after your time, though. I'm sorry about that. But anyways, Mr. President, I just wanted to note, too, that, you know, you mentioned STEM, great program. It's sometimes other programs that can really grow in a larger school system get under-recognized as well. So the Marlborough Public Music's is unbelievable, Marlborough Public School Music. They just came back from Florida, and they took the Disney World trophy with them. And they're fantastic. I've had two of my children go through the program, but it's amazing what a larger school can do that smaller schools don't always have the opportunity, unfortunately. So continue on. I can only speak highly of Marlborough's public schools, and I'm glad to see, though, you're working with Assabet and AMSA, and some of the best newsworthy items for marketing is getting on the news. AMSA was on the news today on WBZ Radio News. And you'll hear every year the top schools in Massachusetts, and someday we're going to hear Marlborough Public Schools. Thank you.
Councilor Dwyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent, in your budget, what is actually budgeted, if anything, to educate the kids on the substance and opioid abuse?
We have a very robust curriculum. Our wellness curriculum can always use a beefing up, and that is part of the youth opioid grant that was written that we just received. We asked for $23,000, we got $20,000, and a large portion of that, most of it, 0.2 licensed drug and alcohol counselor is a small portion of that budget. The rest of it is for what's called a BOTFIN life skills program to hit our 4th and 8th grade students in conjunction with a parent program in the evening. We also, as you know, have partnered with the Substance Use Prevention Coalition, as well as the Mayor's Office and others, the Police Department, with the If Only presentation last year, which was very gratifying. And while that didn't have a monetary value associated with it, we were able to take some time out of the school day to have our 7th, 8th, and 9th graders take part in the presentation, and then, of course, parents in the evening. We have 2 more parent presentations planned. I do sit on and try to come to as many meetings as I can of that Substance Use Prevention Coalition. I think it's doing amazing work, and from what I've understood from the mayor, it has paid off in the Metro West region.
Well, hopefully, the schools will continue
Yes.
to make the kids
Absolutely.
aware.
It is-
They're the next generation that's coming up.
It's a priority, and every 2 years, our students take part in a Metro West Health Survey. We look at the results, and then we modify the curriculum and what we need to do based on the risk factors that our students are manifesting. So it gives us some valuable data as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on schools? Counselor Roby?
I just want to congratulate the school committee and the superintendent, the business manager for the budget that was presented to us. I know it's hard sometimes to figure out how to work your way around everything that you need, but you certainly did a great job, and there's a lot of good things in that budget. And we are a wonderful school system. I don't know why anybody doesn't think that, but I do understand Councilor Delano's comment that it does seem to be a perception, and if we can do more, I'm game for coming up with some way to use some of that economic development money.
Thank you for that, and I have to say, to go back to the mayor's comment about bells and whistles, we cut bells and whistles before this budget even got to school committee by about 350,000, Mr. Bergeron. So what we brought forward, we thought was transparent and fair and fiscally prudent.
Okay, any other comments for the superintendent or the budget director? Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I suggest perhaps a 3-minute recess?
3-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 8:20. 8:20. Recess till 8:20. 20. Moving on, page 66. Building maintenance. $2,306,415, a reduction of 1.09%. Comments or questions? School support. This is all the health insurance, unemployment, life insurance, retirement. 11 million.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Building maintenance for a minute, if you don't mind.
Sorry?
Building maintenance for a minute. I
Building
couldn't get your attention.
maintenance. Yep.
C66? So, you ain't gonna get out that easy.
I thought I was.
My question more to do with, as we move forward, what sort of projects as far as, have you sent out RFPs for renewable solar projects? That has very little impact actually on the cost. It would more or less be under this category because, we're enhancing buildings to basically reduce their operating costs, lack of a better term, using renewable and solar to do that. How are we, or where are we in the process of trying to put that in place?
So we've signed 2 agreements for net metering, which we should see a substantial savings once they kick in. The first one we signed was supposed to take effect in January. They don't have the agreements with National Grid signed yet. There's a May 7th date where the laws change with the legislature as far as the rebates that they will receive. So we're hoping within the next week that those 2 projects are going to kick off, and we should start getting credits from the utility companies.
Okay, so you're basically buying electricity from electrical solar from someplace else?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
What about within the building infrastructures that we have within the city?
So I'm going to have a proposal this week for the parking deck out back as far as putting solar panels on the one right behind City Hall. That's coming in. We also have, that's in play right at the moment. We also have, the council funded $60,000 for electric vehicles and charging stations. That I went to a meeting on last Thursday with the department, DEP, and they have grants that we will apply towards the vehicles and the charging stations. So that's in the works. They told me it would take 6 months to get the approval for the grants, and we can't actually purchase the vehicles until we get the grant approved.
Okay.
So that's also in the works. And we have other programs with National Grid. Any projects that we do in the buildings, we do apply through National Grid or through Eversource to get rebates from them also.
Okay, what about evaluating solar panels on, let's say, the
Oh,
fire station headquarters?
That's also, we have a contract with Cadmus through MAPC, and they are looking at all the roofs of the buildings. High school's roof is about 4 years old, so they're looking at the buildings that have roofs that are pretty new, and we should have a proposal on that. But we're getting to the point where we've got to be careful what we're doing, because we've procured so many kilowatts through the net metering, and then we've only got a small ceiling of solar projects that we want to do, because we don't want to go too high above our usage, because then it defeats all of it. So we wouldn't want to go more than 70% of what we use, and right now we're at probably 60% with the net metering.
Really?
Yes. Yeah,
60% of electrical use will be
Yes.
coming through net metering?
Yes.
Where is this facility going to be? Offline. No, that's
can't.
okay.
Who cares? We're getting a discount.
But that's okay. No, that's a damn big wind solar farm. I'm just curious where it is.
So,
I'll talk to you later about that.
so to Councilor Doucette's point, where do I see the reduction, or when will I see the reductions in the electricity line items in our budget, and how much?
So I think we're going to see a reduction of at least 20%, but it was supposed to kick in starting in January. It hasn't happened yet. I left the budget for next year level with what we have for this year, for that reason.
Because we haven't seen.
We haven't seen anything.
So
I didn't put an increase in.
Our electricity budget for the city side is about 1.8 million, I think.
185, I think. Yeah, $1,850,000.
So we should see about a $370,000 reduction in electricity costs in fiscal year 18 if the net metering goes into place?
Those are that's what they're telling us. Again, I haven't seen anything at this point. Nothing has come through. It has not been activated yet.
I can tell you that.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm
the
not going to let you off the hook having an extra $370,000 in the electricity budget.
I could tell you that we did a similar program on the CDA side. We're looking at probably a $90,000 to $100,000 savings a year on our housing. They were supposed to kick in, I believe, in September, or October.
Yes.
And we're just finally starting to see it now. So, I don't know how far behind they are in the other complex. The good thing is, with the one we did with the CDA, I had worked in a monthly fee that they had to pay us for every month they weren't online. So we were getting something small out of it, but, hopefully it comes in and, you know, we can start seeing the savings quickly. But
So, all right, so assuming, so say it doesn't come in till the end of the year, I mean, are you amenable to at least a 200,000 reduction in electricity, you know, for, you know, because we'll have free cash certified, and if John says, hey, it didn't work, we'd end up backfilling it, but I mean, if, I just hate to see we're gonna fill up the budget knowing that we've got projected revenues coming in, and if we're that close, it's gonna start next month.
Again, when we see it,
Stand when we
is
see
when
it.
I'll believe it. I don't mean to say, we did get a payment of $50,000 up front, which we deposited probably 4 months ago from one of the contractors. But that's the only funds we've received at this point.
So the councilors understand, so, you know, basically, we're in a deal where we're gonna get, it's not a rebate on electricity, but it's an offset on our
Yeah, a
electric.
credit on the electric bill.
Potentially up to $400,000 a year based on our current usage of $1.8 million for electricity. So it's, if that's truly the case, then it's tough to fully fund it knowing that that offset's gonna be coming in, otherwise we'll run surpluses galore on electricity, and
But we also don't know exactly when we're going to be getting this money. So you're absolutely right that there may be some surplus, but we don't have an estimate when.
yeah, Councilor Delano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've done the cuts on electricity for years past just because there was this big blimp up there that was easy to target, and we did it. So I'm sure this will work. Now, one question, Commissioner Galoni, is years past, wasn't our electricity over 2 million, 2.2?
So we
Because we were in that horrible 10-year contract, right?
Correct. That contract was up 2 years ago, and we are also negotiating right now. The contract's up in November. So I'm getting prices daily for gas and for electricity.
So net, we're coming way down from where we were, which is a pretty darn good thing for the taxpayers.
Yeah, we have saved some money, yes.
Good.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilor Orem.
If I can just ask, so the school is 860, and then we're 1,850,000, so we're really at 2.7 million.
That's correct.
That we're spending on electricity.
Yes.
And we're expecting 400,000 in whatever we want to call it, or electric rebates in this next year.
It's credits on the actual
Credits,
electric bill.
credits. Again, with that said, I'm of mindset that at least look at a cut in this area and will keep us conservative to try to, never mind just going further with renewable energies, but to conserve. Renewable is one thing, conserving is another, and I would ask for a cut of $400,000 to the two, and I don't know where to cut it. It's 2.7 million when you add the two together. So if it was to be appropriated according to the percent, it might be 100,000 from the school side and 300 from our side. I mean, if you're looking at a 400,000.
No, I don't think it matters. It's fine.
It doesn't matter, but it will fill back, if it doesn't fill back in, back to the finance
Back to
committee.
the council.
I always, and Councilor Delano, I know you say they cut it every year, I'm probably the one that speaks up on it, but I think when you're held to a certain level, it just makes it more of a mindset to conserve and continue to look for renewables, and I'm grateful the city is moving forward in that area, that arena. So that would be my suggested motion, that we cut $400,000 from the electric budget.
we'd have to cut the lights down here.
That's okay. Shut half of them off right now. I put one on and I'm okay with it.
So what would be the preference? Would you like because you got it in the public facilities, you got 1.8 million, 1,850,000 electricity. On the school side, you have $860,000 in electricity. What is the council's pleasure for how big of a reduction?
That was my motion, 400,000. I was going with the...
Mr. Chair.
Councilor Irish.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe going on back last year, we did reduce it by 100,000. You may want to think about maybe reducing it by 150,000. That brings it back to the 1.7 from projected from the year before.
So you've gone back to the building and property section on page 40.
I'm on page 40, yes, Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
So, go ahead. So I'll second the motion in a minute, but if they got more information.
It sounds that way. Thank you, Mr. Keep it.
We want to go to 39 or 40. We want to go to page 39 and do the reduction on page 39
Yep.
and not
On the school
the
side.
school side, correct?
All right, so we're gonna keep steaming along. I've got a benchmark. When we get back to public facilities, we'll address electricity. Everybody good?
Sounds good.
Thank you, Councilor Irish. And you all set with withdrawing that motion, Councilor?
I am okay, because I agree with the school budget. It's awkward. We get the one line from them, so I don't have a problem if we look at the 2.7 million on electricity as part of the page 40 building and maintenance budget. I am okay with withdrawing the motion at this point, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Councilor Doucette. Well done. So anybody else on schools, the building maintenance? School support, 11 million. Council, Mr. President.
About the director's salary, went from 12,000 to 27,000, up 109%. What is that?
So what that is the salary
67.
under maintenance for schools, it's a portion of the salary. The balance is under the property and building maintenance account, where I eliminated the assistant director. That was zeroed out, so there's 100% savings on that account. And I decreased the existing account under property and maintenance and lowered that by 34%. So the total for the line item is $54,340 versus $86,000, which is what it was for this current year.
All right, back to school support, $11,547,790, 8.19% increase. Again, health insurance, Medicare, life insurance, unemployment. School support, workers' comp portion, $731,760, 9.7% increase. Retirement of debt, schools, $623,000, 40.63% increase, and those are taken on the bonds that we recently approved, 16 and 17. Interest for the bonds, $256,000, 552.38% increase. And short-term interest, $97,500, stays level funded. And the last item for the schools is Assabet Valley, $5,413,265. It's a decrease of 4.94%, and that's basically based on our bond for the school. I know, the comptroller described it to me, they did it different than they used to. It decreases because of the way they set up the funding for the bond, and that payment schedule is available. Councilor Roby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question on the school committee salary line. It's my understanding that it was in this year's budget but not paid, and we've never paid.
No, we have, that position has never been approved by the city council, and I recommended if the council votes on it, I'll, pay the salary, but until then, it's in the budget, but until you vote on it, we had specifically, we had issues with that when we originally did the school committee salaries. I believe we found that, and we haven't been able to verify it anywhere, because that was some, I don't know, 15, 18 years ago, but that if all the members of the committee weren't being paid, we couldn't pay our member, and that's the way it was. Come to find out, when I took office, we had been paying the school committee member that was there. I agreed to continue to pay it through that calendar year, and then I had stopped paying it. I've left it in the budget, so if the council supports voting on that as a separate ordinance, then I'll be more than happy to pay the position.
And it's my understanding, I know we had a conversation and I did some research and you had done some research, that the actual, I believe it's called a charter, that was voted on when the regional school committee was created, the language in there states that they are the ones who have to vote on whether they will be paid. And there's nothing that indicates that they ever took a vote to say that they would be paid. And it's not clear if they took that vote, where that money would come from. I would guess it would be in their budget, not in the individual towns, but that's, who knows?
I'll be glad to take a look at it with you to...
I will make it easier for you. I'm going to move to reduce line 50349 by $3,000.
Motion made and seconded to reduce line 50349, the school committee, I assume it's do we even have an ordinance for the stipend? How do we pay it in the first place?
Oh, that's why I haven't been. That's exactly why I stopped paying it.
All right, that should be an easy one. Motion made and seconded to reduce line item 50349 by $3,000. Discussion on the motion. Councilor Orm.
Do we know offhand, and I don't know if from that research, maybe, through you, Mr. Chair, to whoever may know, does anyone on the Assabet Valley School Committee get paid?
I don't know that.
Nope,
Yeah,
nope, none of them do.
Oh, okay, thank you, Councilor Roby. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I offer just a quick, what it was
Mr.
is
President.
that Marlborough School Committee members were reimbursed, they had a stipend. The member of the Assabet Valley felt as though he should have a stipend, and that's why he was paid $1,500, but it was never in the salary ordinance. My feeling is, if the Assabet Valley School Committee was being paid, they should pay him, not us.
We'll get back charged for the
Yeah.
Assabet Valley.
It's in a
But that doesn't make any
yeah.
All right, so a motion made and seconded to reduce line item 50349 by $3,000 has been made and seconded. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is approved 5-0. So then the new total for the Assabet Valley line item will be $5,410,265. We good with that? Okay, that's approved 5-0. Okay, now, so we're gonna, even though John's anxiously sitting up there, John, I'll give you a little bit of a hall pass. We'll skip over the DPW. Well, just for the DPW, I want to get to the rest of the department heads. Parks and Recreation, page 93.
Mr. Chair.
Councilor Orem.
Due to a conflict of interest, I am going to be recusing myself from the Recreation Department budget, Parks and Recreation.
I will let the notes reflect that you are recusing yourself from the Parks and Recreation discussion. I'm sorry, I said Parks and Recreation, I meant Rec Department, my bad, Rec Department. Okay. The Recreation Department, $293,015, a 4.4% increase. Comments or questions? Councilor Roby.
Thank you, although my notes are confusing. The notes in the narrative state that the bus rental is $2,000, but the bus rental is $0. The total amount is $24,300. The, too many symbols. The line ski and snowboard is 0, but the narrative said that that is,
We grouped that.
you grouped it all,
together.
so the narrative is wrong. It's, the ski and snowboard was taken out, and it's all down into the equipment and support line. But it's a person, isn't it? So can you pay a person? It's, the narrative says it's to pay for the advisor that goes on the bus.
No phoning a friend here, huh?
Which is, to me, should stay in a salary line, not equipment and supplies, but what do I know?
I mean, the bus rental is for the bus itself, that's our understanding.
It
The
says the
ski,
bus rental,
snowboard.
all right, maybe it was the ski and snowboard, the 1,800 that's gone.
Right.
That says that it's for the person. It's combined with youth activities and equipment, but it pays to support the ski club, and it's used to compensate the ski club coordinator.
Cut it out, then we don't have to worry about it.
Well, no, you combined it, is my concern,
If we
rather
cut the
than keeping
1,800
it.
out, we don't have to worry about it.
Well, we don't want to, it's a club that exists and takes people skiing, is that correct? And it seems to be a popular program
Well,
from...
this year it didn't run at all because we couldn't get the activity going, but
And that's why we combined it, so he'd be able to utilize it as another youth
Oh,
option if he had to.
so technically this ski snowboard program is gone.
if
Well,
you
it's
look
not
at the
specifically
actual
identified now.
expenditures,
It's just, but you can't pay a person out of an equipment line, can you?
No, that's why they couldn't have paid a salary item. It'd have to go through the salary. We wouldn't pay anyone outside of a salary item.
But it could when it was under the other line item?
No, I
That's
don't
not a
believe
salary
so.
line item
I
either?
believe so.
Okay. Well, if it was specifically for that, then it was extra money if it didn't actually run. Is that correct?
That's correct. It did not run, so that money was left there. So therefore,
So-
we figured we could move it to a youth equipment, so he could utilize another option for children later on.
Okay, then I'm comfortable leaving it there, but if somebody else wants to take it out, they can do that. Okay.
Any other questions on the rec department? All right, health and licensing. Board of Health, $369,800, a 2.91% increase. Any questions for the Board of Health? Counselor Oram.
I still left my microphone on.
Nice.
Just a comment that, more of a compliment to the mayor. It's unfortunate that this department has been understaffed for years, including the past director. I'm glad to see that it's now getting appropriately staffed, being from this field. It's so important to have the correct amount of inspections, as well as to have the appropriate staff to handle our public health. Public health, as we all know, is becoming more and more important, especially now with climate change issues. We're seeing more issues with mosquitoes, diseases, and even the flu. So, again, I just want to thank the administration for continuing at this point in these new years to support this department. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor Oram. Anything else on the Board of Health?
Mr. Chairman.
Counselor Dwyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if this goes to you or if Kathleen will have to come up. In the past, the Board of Health has been responsible for the opioid substance abuse information and coalition and stuff, and I know that the coalition has come out of the office, but are they still doing the substance abuse, anything with substance abuse? And if not, who is?
no, I think we're actually running it through the coalition, but maybe get a straight answer.
Counselor, to answer your question, it's twofold. The coalition is still existing and running. Kathy Leonard is chairing the coalition currently, but the Board of Health is still looking into educational resources for substance abuse for seniors. We're also still looking at youth. My public health nurse goes to the wellness committee at the school, so they're addressing that there as well. And so we're still well-rounded in looking at all types of prevention and education. Yesterday, I went to the Metro West Substance Abuse Coalition, where all 3 DAs attended, and got some great ideas that the public health nurse and I are looking at, and we'll share with the coalition as well.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, is there anything anywhere within the budget to supply, whether it be the Board of Health or the coalition, with some sort of monies to supplement what they need? I mean, and I'm not looking for a lot.
Yeah, I think I had made the comment last year and have reinforced it this year. The funds that they need, if we're not able to get through any grant program, we will provide the money. It's, you know, we're doing it. We're fortunate the Attorney General has stepped up to the plate for $20,000 for a program through the schools. But any additional funds, actually Kathy Leonard had talked about needing some funds to do some things. We'll provide those.
That's awesome, because, you know, as you know, I mean, you've been to plenty of things, and if the council isn't aware, this problem is not going away. And
absolutely not.
Massachusetts is averaging 6 deaths a day due to opioid abuse. And, you know, it's something that is near and dear to my heart, and I just hope that it stays on the front burner. Thank you.
Okay, Council Orman will work right around the table.
Oh, I'm sorry. And just to add on to that, I'm glad Councilor Jouer got to present that, because it is our major crisis in the world. And I would just offer, and I'm glad the mayor stated it, that we continue to seek funding and regionalize our efforts, might it be with Hudson, Framingham, Ashland. I'd like to see Marlborough more involved with the regional efforts as well. You get more for your money that way, and there's plenty of grant money through that as well. I know Marlborough has their own setup, but I think it's time Marlborough start to get more involved with its neighbors, and hopefully we'll see that in the next year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is a real serious issue. My daughter has friends that have had, you know, have survived, but have still need to take the Nalprin treatment in any case, and it's a horrific situation that we're in. But if we had a dispensary for marijuana to come into Marlborough, then part of that stipulation can be that we could get revenues from that to actually address drug treatment. So something to consider. You know, no one has ever died from a drug overdose of marijuana, but because the real issue with opiates is actually prescription abuse. So there's something here that could actually help address this with real money, and I think it would really be beneficial. Just something to consider as we go forward.
Council Delano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since Kathleen's up here, I just wanted to ask about the vape shops that are popping up all over. You and I have talked about it several times. Any progress in getting these zoned out, or somehow can we move them back to where we have some of the X-rated and any of those things zoned? Thank God we don't have any now, but.
Actually, Councilor, I did have it on the agenda for the last meeting that did get canceled, so I'll put that on the agenda. Currently, we have 3 permitted vape shops. We recently lost one. So we are just seeing that level off, you know, after the new tobacco regulations took effect.
I don't think they're healthy endeavors, so I'd like to see them put back out of the public eye as much as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Council Jouer.
Just real quick, and I'm not going to get into the marijuana debate for sure right now, but to answer Councilor Orum's thing, Marlborough and Hudson have gone together and do sponsor a program called Metro West Hope, which meets twice a month. And that's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for the Board of Health? Ms. Liberty? None. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Human Services salaries, $40,300, 8.92% increase. Council on Aging, $253,075, a 1.06% increase. You can tell the past council president put a finance.
Not enough, not enough.
Comments or questions for the Council on Aging? Council Orem?
Just, again, I really appreciate when we get the overview of the departments, and in noticing from the Council on Aging Director Trish Pope, there is going to be continuous need, it appears, for for the transportation of our seniors, so and elderly. I would ask that we continue to monitor that, if additional vehicles are needed and so forth. Obviously, that's an expensive resource, but a very valuable resource to our residents. So as time goes on, we'll see how things go, but I did note that in her letter that, you know, we transport 2,700 rides to our seniors a year. It's a lot of trips and a lot of rides. So as time goes on, you know, if additional vehicles are needed, or larger ones, so be it. We will have to address it at that time, but I just wanted to note that within the budget process. Thank you.
Comments or questions? Veteran Services, $261,560, a less than 1% decrease. And just so that that's pointed out, that's due to the new director coming on, not any services that we're providing that were reduced. Councilor Delano.
Just mention quickly that I do miss Gary Brown. I thought he did a terrific job, but I've met our new Veterans Director, and I think he's a great young man, Nick. And I think he's doing a great job, and certainly pleased to have him on board.
Yeah, Mr. Charbonneau is carrying the torch nicely for Mr. Brown. Moving on to the library. Library, $962,870, a 1.41% increase. And I do want to recognize that Margaret did a nice job saying that we still meet all our state mandated funding, so we're still in good shape there. Perfect. Comments or questions? Councilor Roby.
Thank you. I guess I had a concern with the point that she made where, because we're not properly funding the budget, that they are going to get state grant money reduced. So I guess I'm questioning why we're not funding more so that we don't then get a cut that the state makes.
We'll have the director answer that.
There's no cut to our state aid. We get the same amount of state aid. We have to spend $125,000 on materials. The city provides us with $105,000, and we supplement with other funds to make up the difference.
But if we were funding $125,000, there would not be a reduction to the money from the state? You would get additional money?
No, we still get the same amount of money. We have to spend $125,000. We just ask, or the city funds less than the requirement, so we make that up with other funds that we have, the state aid grant that we get every year, and the trust funds that the trustees manage.
All right, I guess I'm misunderstanding what you wrote in your notes then, that you said it will be taken from state aid, so.
Oh, taken from the fund, the amount that we get every year, not taken.
Not taken away, all right.
Right.
That's
It's a good
what I was reading into it, because we're not fully funding you, that the state is affecting how much they're giving. Right, thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions on library? Thank you very much, Margaret. Appreciate it. Celebrations, level funded, $36,500. Fort Meadow Commission, $21,600, a 1.41% increase, and that's due to travel-related items, a $300 increase. Question?
Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Go ahead.
Calling me. What in-state travel does the commission do?
They actually have lake travel. They get reimbursed for some of their fuel that they use.
Boat mileage?
On the lake itself.
So that's increased as they've done more patrols, or the
Actually,
fuel cost has increased?
They've appointed additional agents. It's kind of a weird setup, and that's why we're actually taking a look at it. Rather than have the council approve them, they approve them themselves, and I'm kind of looking into that to find out, are we better off expanding the size of the board as opposed to having agents in addition to the commissioners? But we're taking a look at that now. But because they have appointed more agents, we looked in to see if we could actually reimburse them for the time they spend. But, you know, this is just a small portion of what they actually use.
Okay, so the agents, I think our secretary sent out information about the charter of the Fort Meadow, which was interesting, but it did indicate that they could appoint. Didn't know it was an issue.
Councilor Delano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Mayor, can we all get deputized and get our, dinghies out there and start writing tickets and chasing down, is that what's going on?
No, actually, the ticket issue is a little bit different because they don't have the authority really to do any of that. And we're actually looking into that also. But something I did this year that we've never done before down there, well, two things we've done. Last couple of years, we've had Marine Patrol just kind of pop in for a day. I don't want to know when you're coming. Just show up once or twice during the summer, and they've done that the last couple of years, so it's calmed things down a little bit. The other thing we just did last week is I had Nick set up a boat course that we offered for free, that we brought. It didn't cost us anything. We really just organized it. We brought in Marine Patrol, or I'm not sure exactly what the group was, but they came in and ran a course up at the police department for us this past weekend, and I want to try to do that on a regular basis, where, we have a lot of boats down there, and unlike many states, this is one where Massachusetts is behind the times. There's no requirements as far as driving boats. If you go up to New Hampshire, you need a license to drive a jet ski. So it's just kind of making people aware of the rules. It's like a rodeo down there if you get down there on a weekend in the middle of summer.
Councilor Orem.
And I would just want to add, I live on Fort Meadow, one street up, and I would like to add that, yes, we do need to have legal look at some of our procedures down there. Presently, if there is an issue, a police officer would need to be picked up by a commissioner and brought out for the citation. That would be a lot of work and with limited resources. But at the same time, too, I think commissioners would need to, or agents of the commission, I think they should be going through the same process of queries and SORI checks. We want an appropriate handling of matters. So I think the city could be liable if we're allowing appointed commissioners to appoint agents. So I would ask that legal counsel look into our liability if something was to occur that shouldn't be occurring, including maybe from one of our agents, not our agents, but the commission's agents. So I really believe that after reading those same rules and regulations that were sent to us, that, yeah, it's time to update those, and it's time to make sure there's, peace and harmony down there for everyone that wants to recreate as well as live down there as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Going to retirement of debt. Now, this is debt on the city side. Page 109, $3,240,000, a reduction of 2.76%, or $92,000. Long-term interest on that debt, $1,161,000, a 44.44% increase, and that's because we're taking on more debt. Hate paying interest. All right, short-term interest, $445,000, that's being level funded. That's for anticipation of our additional short-term borrowing needs. And then finally, capital projects, $250,000 or a 100% increase. And it's all tied to City Hall equipment. Mr. Mayor. What are we, what are we getting?
Mr. Chairman, what I did is, we didn't have anything in there in the prior year, which we should have.
Yep.
We cut it all out last year. But because we had just sent down the capital request recently, we told the department heads basically that that was their capital outlay money. But I did want the opportunity, in case we ran into issues during the year, to have something in this account. So that's why I put in the $250,000.
Is there anything targeted, Mr. Mayor, that you're planning on?
Targeted, no, there's no targeted project for that.
Comments or questions from the council? Councilor Doucette?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Is there plans to get a police cruiser, new police cruiser? A new police cruiser?
No, that was in the capital request.
Okay, so it's in that bucket?
Yeah, because we were so close to the budget time, we put it all through there, and there's no additional capital purchases here.
Okay.
But if we run into issues with the vehicle or something of that sort, we can use this $250,000.
If it doesn't, okay, that's a heck of a vehicle. Okay. One of the things, I brought this up with Nick, I think. Ford just introduced a hybrid police chaser a couple months ago. But the operating costs, they're saying, is going to be a fraction of what the normal costs are for, I mean, it's a brilliant piece that's coming out of Ford. I hope you consider taking some of this money to possibly upgrade what's currently in plan. But is $250,000 still seems kind of high for a maybe what if there's something might be worth reducing it.
If I may add, the capital improvement plan you have shows that the city's gonna come up with a certain amount of money each year. So for the smaller items, and that's the $250,000. So when you look at the capital improvement plan, you'll see that there's a section that says the city would allocate so much for capital per year through the budget, and that's the $250,000. So we're actually meeting the requirements of the capital improvement plan, which hasn't been passed yet. So for bond rating agency,
Yep.
it looks very favorable if you're doing it this way.
But like in the past where we just purchased department equipment, would this money be used to buy what I call next year's version of cruisers then? I mean, 'cause you understand the concern. I mean, we're putting 250, I mean, in the capital plan, and I haven't gone through enough detail to know, if you're going to put 250,000, we have to have something that we want to buy. We can't just be plucking $250,000 and not knowing what we want to buy in the plan.
Sure.
We've got to have, because normally it's been 4 cruisers, fire equipment, school, something, there was something we'd be buying.
Sure. A community this size, obviously, we're gonna come up with enough capital items to cover this. What they don't want you doing is transferring from free cash to cover capital equipment. That's, if you look at our report last year, that's one of the things they hit us for. So we're trying to get away from that by leaving money in this account for those things to get away from using free cash. Because they look at it as you deficit spent, and we do not want to show that, because we don't in our minds, but they look at it differently.
But again, there still should be a plan for what we want to buy. I can't just be putting $250,000 in and not knowing what I want to buy. There should be, I'm sure John can come up with a wish list of a million things that he'd want to buy. No problem. Right? But even if it's back to, so we just bought four cruisers, but, so there's no money in what I call the fiscal year 18 budget for 4 cruisers. So again, I'm thinking 250,000, there's 125,000 is gonna go for 4 cruisers. I mean, so that we'd be buying them at some point, probably later next year, since we're getting 4 right now, right? I mean, I just don't wanna be left with, we're putting $250,000 and don't have any idea. I mean, as a minimum, 4 cruisers a year, that's at 30-something grand a cruiser. You're talking 120 to 150,000 just in police cruisers alone.
And that's not something you would not want to bond, for sure.
That's
And
correct.
you don't want to transfer from free cash, so.
Which is what we did this year.
Which is what we did this year. We're trying to get away from that policy.
And this number will be increased annually to stop doing the free cash purchases. We may wait till the end of the year to see how the budget's going, but we don't want to do the free cash purchases. so it shows a negative number in our, income statement. And we've been doing it for years. It's a conservative way to do it. The auditors said, that makes more sense than the other way, but the rating agencies don't want us using free cash for purchases. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I get that from a management standpoint, and I read those reports, and you and I have discussed it. On the other hand, from an oversight report, just putting in $250,000 to spend as you wish, once you go through the mayor's jacuzzi and the, auditor's steam room or whatever, and then John gets it, and so why is it that, so once we approve, there's no coming back to us, so that's the problem that I have with it. I understand the process you're talking about, but is there something we need? I mean, you should be coming with stuff to buy, right?
Would you come before us before you start withdrawing? Because before, when we line item, Mr. Mayor, we had it for, fire department, turnout gear, we had it for 4 police cruisers, we had it for replacing windows in City Hall, and we kind of went down the list. So we're kind of giving you a blank check, and I just think it would be fair, or whether it's a gentleman's or gentlewoman's agreement to say, hey, we're gonna give you $250,000, you're gonna let us know what you're gonna spend it on, before you start, buying it.
Yeah, first of all, if I did the jacuzzi and the hot tub upstairs,
You need more than that.
it would never happen a second time, I know that, so. But I can tell you that I'm not optimistic about the grant we talked about when we did the capital request for the
Fire department's
for the
SCBA.
fire department.
Yeah,
So, I can commit that this is gonna be half of that money, because we're talking about a $600,000 number. And I'll commit to you that if I'm gonna use it for something else, I'll send down a request for it.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could just continue, I'm fine with that. So I think we can consider this a transition year as we try and follow what the auditor's advice is, which is usually a best practice. And the mayor's good to his word, so I'm okay with that. But next year, our capital planning should include a list of what you intend to buy for this. So, and if you need to make a change, come and tell us, but otherwise, one-time transition, I'm fine with doing that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll go to Ed first.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The jacuzzi leaked last year, that's where we had to have the ceiling repaired.
I got it repainted.
And they did a beautiful job. I understand that there's also other projects that we have going on in City Hall. Just give us an idea of what you might be planning on City Hall, carpeting and things like that.
We can get into the facilities, the facilities guy can come up and talk about that. I know that, it took a long time and a lot of money, but, we've done the front doors, we've done some carpeting in the building. We have, done some other repairs, but I don't know, what do you have coming up here next year, do you know?
So everybody go with that then? Council Doucette?
Yeah, I just want to agree with Councilor Delano on this as far as, I understand what we just went through was basically a borrow, from free cash to do this capital purchase. Okay, fine. We're going to avoid this this year and not do it, whatever it comes up to. But yeah, absolutely for 19, we really need to know what the plan is, how this is going to be spent.
And we'll have an opportunity to chime in, and then we take up the capital plan in June after the budget process finishes. We'll get talk to the departments and see what their thoughts are.
And Mr. Chair, just one question. Within the line item, it says City Hall equipment. So is the mayor allowed to, well, as the gentleman agreement, to come down and tell us, but Can he move it around to any other capital equipment? Because it says City Hall equipment.
I can do anything within the capital outlay account, but if I'm not using it for the breathing apparatus, I'm gonna come back to you
Okay.
for this year.
Because that's why I was questioning, was exactly this scuba, the self-breathing apparatus. If you were to use it for that, are you okay using it for that when it's addressed under City Hall equipment?
You'll move it to a new fund, I mean, because
Yeah, we've used it,
And
we've
that's
used
when
the
you-
City Hall equipment now for the last 5 years. There's been an amount put in there
Okay.
that we've been utilizing for some of the other smaller projects that come up during the year. Last year, I don't know how the misunderstanding came between my auditor, controller, and myself, but we pulled the whole thing out because I thought they were encumbering funds to come over, and nothing got encumbered, so we kind of just skid through this year.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Council Roby.
Thank you. With the format that we approved, though, we're just giving you money, and it's not in, you can spend it wherever.
Okay, so with that, so what's left is all with Mr. Galloני and Mr. Donahue, which deals with property, well, facilities, DPW, and the 6 portions of DPW, water and sewer. So I'll ask John up. We'll start with public facilities, and that's on page 40 or 39. Huh? Did I miss? No, capital, that's the sewer department.
No, this isn't, yes, it is, sorry.
What
page do we start?
39,
Okay,
Bonnie.
we're going to,
All right, so page 39, so public facilities or property and building maintenance, $3,088,760, a decrease of 1.72%. And just a remind, our placeholder, we talked about electricity that we wanted to discuss here. So questions or comments for the commissioner? Before we get started, Council Oram.
And that would be line item 52120.
That is correct.
Electric.
Yep.
And my request was to reduce that by 400,000, based on the information provided that we are looking at credits in that amount, and I would suggest that this is the time to do it, and as I gave my reasoning prior, so that would be my motion.
Motion made and seconded to reduce line item 52120, which is the electricity line item, by $4,000, $400,000, I'm sorry, in anticipation that the net metering revenue will be providing savings on our electricity going forward. Discussion, Councilor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Councilor, Mr. Galloני, is that going to be an adequate amount to cover from that? Because you were originally saying saving about $350.
And again, until this kicks in and we start seeing what the savings are, I don't know. That's why I put that number in the budget when we were preparing the budget.
Right, okay. I mean, my only concern is we may want to drop it to 300K versus 400K, just for adequate coverage.
So for discussion.
Aside from that, he may have to come back and ask for more money. I mean, 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
I'll see how generous the co-sponsor of the motion is, Councilor Delano.
Councilor Ossing, this is a good time for you to point out how much free cash we end up with, how much extra money there is, so we don't have to worry about an extra, they will not shut off the lights. So you can go with 400,000, and I don't see it as a problem.
No, that's not an issue. The issue, I mean, so if you think about how we pay our electric bills, you know, it would be the fourth quarter of, so it'd be April to June of 2018, where John would come back saying, hey, I'm running a deficit, and the net metering hasn't been panning out. And that's when we'd be saying, well, Mr. Mayor, you got $250,000 in capital equipment that you haven't done anything with. You know, why don't you move it and go offset? But, you know, to that point, recognize, I go back to the opening comment. We moved $1.7 million around due to stuff that wasn't being spent or under budgeted. There'll still be those opportunities. I can't predict what free cash is gonna be. I mean, last year was 12 million, which was the highest it's ever been. You know, it's been 8, 6, has been low as 2. I mean, some years I don't think we had free cash, so, you know, it depends on how we do. I would anticipate free cash would do well again this year, but we won't know until the books close. But yes, no, you correct, Councilor Delano, nobody's lights are going out. That is a true statement. So, Councilor Doucette asked if you wanted to adjust it to 300,000. I'll let you,
I prefer to keep it at the 400. Lights aren't going out. Thank you, Councilor Delano, for adding that. I don't see the need to go any lower than that.
all right, so the motion's been made and seconded to reduce line item 52120, electricity, by $400,000. Any further discussion? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it is approved, 5-0. Any other comments for Mr. Galloני on the facilities budget? Councilor Jouer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, and it's not really a budget thing. Your crews are doing a fantastic job keeping these buildings up.
Thank you.
And keeping the properties up. And
Thank you.
I wanted to publicly acknowledge them. The grounds look great. Main Street's never, you know, I can see them working on it daily, and
They
they
work
should be
hard. Thank you very
complimented.
much.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Jouer. Anybody else? Councilor Doucette.
Thank you very much. Mr. Galloני, you were talking before about replacing the heating systems and using heat pumps within this building.
That's correct.
What's the schedule for that?
This year, in 2017, I've got to go out for design select to hire an architect to do the design work. We received a grant, the council also did some funding, so I'm hoping it will be done by the end of this year.
And this is going to be the latest heat pump technology, so
That's correct.
You're going to have exchangers in the rooms, and then will there be a centralized chiller? Do you know?
There is a chiller now, yes, and we're looking at repairing that actually right now. That was put in 4 years ago.
Okay, great, thanks.
Anybody else for public facilities? So just to recap then, on the cover sheet then, the other expenditure line item of $2,523,800 will be reduced by $400,000, so it'll now read $2,123,800. So the new total for public facilities will be $2,688,760. Everybody good? Now we're going to go from there to DPW, the administration section, which is on page... Just got to get there, guys. I'm almost there. I've got it surrounded.
I know, it's like where,
All right, looks like page 80.
80.
DPW administration, $449,810, a 0.97% increase. Any questions for the commissioner? Seeing none,
Mr. Chairman?
we have Councilor Delano.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I get, well, I'm not sure where to ask this question about the staffing for the water department. You know, we've been having some problems. I know someone left, someone retired with 2 weeks' notice. And I don't know if you want me to bring this up at this point, later on.
Well, we can bring it up, we'll
Not
get
sure
to the
which
water.
positions are under where, what, we'll do that underwater?
Yeah, I think that'd be appropriate, because those were the line
You
items.
can think about that a little bit, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. I'll put a placeholder for staffing in the water department. Anything else on DPW administration? I'm sorry, Councilor Roby.
on the longevity and sick leave buyback, is it because employees that had those at higher costs have left or retired?
That is correct, yes, yes.
So this is current cost,
Yep.
which will start going up again as those
As time
employees?
progresses and people are here for a certain length of time, it will increase, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, engineering department, $845,395, 8.1% increase. And this is where you saw back on the inspectional services, the board secretary and planning board items show up. Comments or questions for the commissioner? Oh, Councilor Delano.
Very quickly, I will say that, you know, there's been some projects in my area in Ward 1, and The engineering department has done a really, really good job. Some of the project managers, et cetera, incredibly responsive to the residents. Because as councilors know, ward councils especially, there's always a problem. They're going through and these folks have been really, really responsive, and I mean above and beyond, so I'm really pleased and just want to
They're very dedicated and they
compliment the
work hard.
commissioner.
Thank you.
If I could just follow up on the projects, John and I haven't had a chance to discuss it yet, but what we have done is put all the city projects on our website. We have a map of the city on the front of our city website page, where you can go in there and take a look at each project that we have going this summer. And we're actually going to an interactive program. We haven't got that up yet, but we're working on that now, where you can click on the project and give you an update of the project.
It's working today. It's not up, but we got it working today.
So it's just something, we have so much going on this year that we wanted the residents to know what was happening, because it's gonna be a busy summer.
Correct.
Okay, anybody else, snow and ice? You got something?
Well, I was just going to say, I know people were asking about things at buildings, but I think it's just as important for the public to be aware of the street projects. West Hill, Elm Street, I think you're working on part of Lincoln.
Lincoln from
And obviously
Broad to
85 and Maple are all potential
Main Street also.
detours
Route 20
that the
West.
public's going to have to deal with.
That's why we're putting
Lots
that
of
map
projects.
on the website, so they see where the projects are gonna happen. We're gonna get it interactive, so you can print up, you can click on Maple Street, and it'll tell you, where we are on Maple Street.
All right, I didn't know it was there, so thank you, that's great.
I'm sorry, Councilor Doucette.
Thank you very much. That's great to have that information, on the website. That's really good. I would also recommend, as you said, Route 20 is being done in another year or two. We also had the Farm Road work that was also done last year, but also use that map, interactive map, effectively as a historical archive. So this was done in this year, this was done in this year. So that way, it's not just what is currently being planned, but what has been done in the last couple of years. And it keeps a record and kind of building up interactively. So you may want to consider that as well.
Okay, snow and ice, $500,000, no change.
There's no change, but I always call this the dream budget. We've spent 1.1 million in FY16, 1.7 this year. And I realize this is a common procedure, but I hope 500,000 will get us by, but I doubt it highly. And I think we all know that, and we all know that we can recover it, but it's never, I don't know, I just have a problem with not being more accurate with Mother Nature, I guess, but, so be it.
To that point, Mr. Mayor, do the auditors or the investors want us to increase this at all? Because, we've got a running track right now that we know we're running closer to, between 1 and 1.5 million. We've gone as high as 2.1, 2.2 million, depending on the type of winter. Is there any value of, I know that it's a bitter pill to swallow when we adjust it, but should we maybe go on some plan where we kind of tuck $100,000, each year going forward, just so it's less painful, I guess? Is that a better way, or just?
I don't think that's come up at all with the auditors, inside or outside. I know we added $200,000 on this line item probably 15, 20 years ago. It used to be 300,000, and we added a couple $100,000 on it. Right now, I think we're at about 1.45 that we're gonna be coming down for to finish this year up. So we'll be close to $2 million for the year. But I don't remember any of the auditors bringing it up.
Well, no, and I only say that because it's convenient now that we got money in our free cash to cover it. If we get a year when we don't have free cash to cover it, now we're taking it out of stabilization or we're making some other, or it just goes, you're right, it goes on the recap sheet. But,
Right.
I don't know, just Councilwoman's point's valid, we know 500,000 is not even close anymore. That's not even the November storms. It costs more to run than, So just something to think about,
Yeah,
Council Delano.
Mr. Chairman, wasn't there some arcane rule about if we set it too high?
You can't, this is the only line item you can underfund as long as you appropriated as much as you had
The previous year.
approved the year before. So as
So you
long
can
as
never bring
keep
it back
at
down.
least $500,000, we're okay.
Right.
If we go to $1.5 million, you know, and we only use $1.2 million, then we have issues.
Yeah, so global warming takes over, no snow, then we're
Right. I'm trying to, in my mind to think, what's the more conservative financial thing to do? By not budgeting it, we keep more pressure knowing that that's gonna be out there versus if we budget, then we got all the extra money on top of that, the free cash. Now we can spend that too. That makes more money available to spend in a way.
No, because we wouldn't have the free cash because we needed to buy down the tax rate
Yeah,
to pay for the
to
budget.
pay for the budget, yeah. So
Because if once we, same
No,
thing with the
we
capital
don't necessarily have
outlay.
to buy down the
I mean,
budget,
if we have $3 million
tax rate.
in the capital outlay line item, because now it's in the budget, and we're not using free cash for it, the money has to come from somewhere, so.
Right. Okay, that's
The
interesting
the other
thought.
thing to be mindful of, Mayor, is you need to send down the order, and I had it in my notes, and I apologize, the order that says it allows you to overspend, or did that go away? In other words, you used to have to put a thing in the budget that would say your author, you know, and you can
Yeah.
overspend it, but you can only overspend
Done
it.
with the budget.
It's gone.
Is it gone now?
The November adjustments, I had a conversation with Diane Smith.
So we don't have to do that anymore?
I believe it's gone.
That was part of the modernization.
Modernization Act.
Oh,
I believe it's
efficiency, I
gone.
love it.
We'll confirm that with Diane, but I believe she told me that a few weeks ago.
Okay. Anything else on snow and ice? Okay, Street Department, $1,980,200, a 4.4% increase. Comments or questions? The one I had, Mr. Galloni, is the contract services for an additional $100,000.
So with contract services, we have the new stormwater regulations that come into effect on July 1st, 2017, and there's lots of additional requirements that we have to perform to meet those new regulations. So I actually, when I went in with this 2 years ago, I tried to get $400,000 from the mayor, and he told me to get lost based on all the figures we came up with. So it's increased $100,000, and we're going to be doing that annually, looking for more money. Catch basins, we may have to clean catch basins, some of them we do, it's the 6,000 catch basins, and we do them all within a 2-year period. We do 4,000 a year. So some of them get done twice in 2 years, some of them once. We may have to do some of them 3 or 4 times, depending on how much debris is in the catch basin. So there's lots of strict regulations coming. Street sweepings is another one. So all these things are changing.
Okay. Any other comments on the street department? Council Roby?
On the dispatch, the position is zeroed out.
So the dispatch position is zeroed out. It's part of the reorganization, and I have a senior clerk position that's vacant, so I'm combining those 2 positions to make it 1 position. It's got to be negotiated with the unions, et cetera, but it's in the process.
A senior clerk in the streets budget or
In
somewhere
the
else?
Administration, under DPW administration.
Council Doucette?
Thank you very much. Do we own our streetlights?
We only own the street lights that are on the main street, the historical lights. The others are all owned by National Grid.
Okay,
And in the parking lots, we own the lights in the parking lots.
okay, okay.
Anybody else for streets? DPW repair shop, $1,052,515, a 1.97% increase.
Mr. Chairman, just
Mr. President.
Quick question. What is the superintendent auto?
That's the general foreman of the fleet shop.
Okay. I thought it was an auto, so in other words, it's the superintendent of the auto repair shop.
That's correct, yes.
I thought they were buying new Mercedes.
No.
Forestry, Parks, Cemetery.
Chairman?
Oh, I'm sorry.
just
Councilor
Something
Dwyer.
on auto repair, on the repair shops. Do you service any of the other departments besides the DPW as far as
We service
the
DPW
vehicles?
facilities, school department buses, police vehicles, and fire sometimes, but I think fire is mostly separate.
Do you do
Recreation, we do.
all preventive maintenance? You do all the oil changes, break?
That's correct. All the city hall
And all the-
vehicles. Yes.
All right, great, thank you.
And just Mr. Chair, just a quick note, and obviously, we saved a little money this year on fuel based on the rates going down, so it was good to see.
Anybody else? Right, forestry, parks, and cemetery, $1,680,850, 11.04% increase. Council Delano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question for the commissioner. How are the cemeteries doing? Are they in good shape these days? You know, a couple of years ago, they needed a little work, and I feel like,
I think they're in better shape than they were, and we're always pushing to improve it.
I'm gonna go with it. It's like, pulled that one off the shelf, okay.
That's I like
It's 9:30, I'll go with it.
Mr. President.
A point to add on to that, you know, we had pretty open winter this year, and I live adjacent to a cemetery, one of the city-owned cemeteries, and I'm going to say that the cemetery department was out there during the winter, cleaning the cemeteries during the winter, getting them ready for spring, so I thought that was very commendable, instead of waiting till one large thing in the spring, so kudos to the cemetery department.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to turn to page 117. We're going to start on the sewer department. The first handful of budget items, all of the obligatory workers' comp, retirement, sewer, and so on, and I'll just go through them. Stop me if you have a question. Retirement pensions in the sewer department, $407,300, a 5% increase. Workers' comp, $86,400, an 8% increase. Health insurance, $388,800, an 8% increase. Other government, audit and legal services, $330,000, 59.42% increase. So, I don't know if it's Commissioner or the Comptroller. So the bond expense and the loan fee, what's driving the?
There's more debt out there. There's some state bonds that we've done that they have authority over, and we pay them an annual fee now that they're all in place, that I need to pay them an annual cost on that.
So these are our 0% loans?
These are the 0% loans, correct. But they still hit us with
Seems
an
kind of
admin cost.
shady, 0%.
It's a state plan.
All right, I'll have to look at that later. Sewer retirement of debt, sewer debt is $3,618,000. It's a decrease of 7.82%. And that was primarily driven by what was coming off the books that was big.
I think there was some 15-year
That
bonds.
12-year,
Yeah.
fiscal year 12 bond. Is that the one that came off? No. No, the 16-year bond, it was a big chunk must have come off. Went from 800 to 300.
I think that's the 0% financing, so they readjusted all our loans to meet the new schedule.
So our $400,000 saving really cost us $140,000 in the other fund. All right, so nothing's free. Long-term debt in the sewer, $1,052,000, a 28% decrease. Let's see, that looks like the same 16-year bond. This year's 16 bond, 17, 16. Year bond. Short-term debt, $80,000, 6.67% increase. Sewer service fund, $485,935, a 0.89% increase. Comments or questions? No, he wanted water. He was the water department he was interested in. That's all right. Keep me honest. No questions. All right, the East Wastewater Treatment Plant, $1,147,955, 2.33% increase. And John, my question, equipment operator here, so we settled the equipment operator and the comptroller put all the adjusted salaries in, but this one wasn't adjusted. Is this just a title change that's wrong, or?
No, I think what happened was that in a couple of the accounts, and I'm speaking for Brian, but some additional funds were added to some line items that the percentage increase that was agreed on, and a few of them they weren't put on because I think the time constraint, he just kind of put them together on a laborer's line item. Am I right in saying it that way?
So is it in the budget somewhere else, and
Yes.
it's gonna end up being, you're gonna end up moving money to cover the adjustment for this individual, or?
If we didn't cover this one, we know the total allocation for the new contract is in the budget.
Yeah.
You know, with John's personnel, we were kind of having a little tough time, who is who and where they all were. So we put it in a lot of operator contracts, a piece here, piece here, piece here. If we're short on this one, it will be included, you'll have to come before you because you're gonna be on a different page and transfer it over.
Right,
But the
so-
total amount is there, sorry.
So just so the council recognizes, on our last meeting Monday, we received the DPW equipment operator contract, so that funding will be before us on Monday nights, next Monday, May 1st, Finance Committee meeting, and the mayor will get us the details of the contract for the equipment operators, because we haven't seen that part yet, because it said it was coming, so we'll see that prior to Monday. So questions on the East Water Treatment Plant? West Wastewater Treatment Plant, $828,370, a 1.18% increase. Questions or comments on the West Side plant? All right, solid waste and sludge, always a favorite topic. $5,392,500, a 6.94% increase. So, I guess we were we were told that, you know, curbside recycling, all that, we'd start seeing reductions to some of those costs, yet, you know, everything's going up.
So we have a contract that expired with Republic on December 31st, 2016. Prices have gone up. The recycling market is not what it was supposed to be. It's not what it was meant to be. We would dispose of recycling materials in the past, and we would get money for those. At this point, it's swinging the other way, and we are starting to have to pay to dispose of them. So the market's changed. We have, there were a number of communities that put this out to bid, their municipal solid waste and recycling. They went up anywhere from 30 to 40%. I have a number of various communities. It's all changing again, not in our favor.
So is it gonna be a point where it's not even worth recycling anymore? I mean, just based on what you're seeing, is that gonna come back?
We're not there at this point. Maybe down the road, as far as it being a cash cow, it is not any longer.
I think when we brought this up, I mean, this is a discussion we were having as far back as 10 years ago, and kept being encouraged by, you know, Ron LaFreniere and Priscilla Ryder, we gotta start recycling, it doesn't cost us anything, it's all this stuff we get out of the system that we don't have to pay for. And I think at that time, we were discussing the fact that once, it was to get everyone to do it. Once everyone did it, they were gonna grab you. And we were gonna stop paying for it. Now we're starting to pay for it.
Because, I mean, I think at the time, we were sold that we were one of the worst communities in the
That's correct.
Commonwealth. And we were doing, some really goofy low numbers.
And they were all over the park. The percentages, one day we'd be 13%, you read a report 6 months later and we're at 27%. You know, and it was all over the place. But I think we did have this discussion where it's not gonna stay free forever because it just doesn't make sense. But they wanted everyone to get into it. I think it slowed down the cost, the percentage of the increases, but we're not gonna get recycling done for nothing anymore.
And I'll get you 1 second, Councilor Don. So is there any more talk about moving the day from Friday? I mean,
Yes.
So is that, are we close, like, within a couple of months of doing that?
Yes, we're putting everything together now on June, I think it's the first Tuesday in June, we're gonna move to Tuesday.
Tuesday.
We're putting a flyer together, a card.
So here's your reverse 911.
Why that?
So it's,
So that campaign's gotta be big, because you can see how that.
correct.
that-
So they'll pick up on Friday the week before, and then they'll pick up on the following Tuesday to get it in line.
Look at all my big trash for that one.
Yes, correct.
Mr. Chairman.
Counselor Delano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple things. Number one, we were offered the ability to move several years back when we just went to the new recycling bins.
yeah.
And then people are like, no, too many changes, we didn't do it. I agree, Tuesday's better than Friday, and people go away. And, but I will say for the record, it's my recollection, with Tom Temple, we had a number of years, and we got the reports, where we saved $200,000 to $300,000 a year because we increased our recycling. So it has paid for itself many times over. I'm really sorry to hear that things are changing.
Oh, I
but-
think we've saved money. I don't want to say that
Yeah.
we didn't save money,
Yeah.
but it's turning now that it's not what it was.
How much are they charging per ton now? Or is it that we used to let, the trucks would just come and take it, we wouldn't have to pay for that part of the contract?
The contractor was actually selling it at one point.
Right.
That's no longer available.
Oh,
So
bummer.
we're going to be charged.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Counselor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So still, at the end of the day, the solid waste is more expensive per pound than recycling.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
I think, even though they're not, it's costing us something, okay, fine, it's still costing us less. And I think in the long run, as solid waste prices go up, the recycling waste won't go up as fast or as quick. I think that's still gonna be the case. So, but we'll see how that goes. Thank you.
Anybody else?
One
Counselor
quick-
Landers.
Mr. Chairman, one quick, I wasn't aware that we were moving to Tuesday. I always liked Friday because I thought it was advantageous to get rid of your rubbish before the weekend. That was my argument way back when we first went on there, because I've been Friday for years. But I don't understand, quite honestly, is it because people go away weekends or something?
Yeah, that's the primary, I mean, the
That's what you have,
complaints
that's
I
what you
get.
have kids for and neighbors for. No, I think
There's another piece to
I think
this
it's a
that-
good move. What's the move?
There's another piece that's a financial piece, because on Fridays, and this was part of Republic's
Sales pitch.
discussion, that when I was negotiating with them for the price, their trucks are tied up for a lot longer on Friday afternoons heading back to Tingsboro because of summer traffic, et cetera, spring, summer, fall, that they would give us somewhat of a more of a discount as far as
Sitting
the
down
new
at
rates.
Burger King on Route 20. I'm surprised at that, to be honest with you.
Mr. Chair?
Counselor Orm.
And again, just, have we gone out to look for competitive bids on this? I know we don't have to, but have we at least researched it?
We have, and what's happened, because we have the one-day pickup, anybody else that we talked to, the prices were a lot higher because they had to buy all new trucks in order to accommodate us, where Republic already bought the trucks and already have everything for the one-day event.
And
Some of them weren't interested in even talking to us with the one day.
And it may be another day, another time, but I know the town of Framingham does their own pickup of waste. I don't know if there's a savings
I
there.
haven't looked at that. I figured if I did, I might get thrown out of the mayor's office.
Well, it may be more expensive it might be you need 80,000 people. I don't know.
You don't
but
want
it's
rubbish
just-
I don't know
trucks
the
and school
numbers.
buses out
We
there.
can't do anything less expensive.
I didn't even bring it up with them.
I'm glad to hear you at least looked at other
Yes.
costs, and other bidders and vendors. Thank you.
Anything else on solid waste? All right, home stretch, folks, we're in the water department. So we've got
boy.
7 items, and then we hit the actual water department enterprise fund, which I'm kind of still chuckle that we still call these enterprise funds, but I won't go down that. All right, first up, water department, retirement and pension, $371,900, 5% increase. Workers' comp, $81,000, an 8% increase. Health and life insurance, $329,400, an 8% increase. Other general government, which is audit and legal services, postage and bond expense, $205,000, a 259.65% increase. Bonds we issue in here. I'm sorry, Counselor Joanne.
Under the legal services, with all the things that are going on down there, has our legal services been increased a lot? You know, with the controversy over meters and...
No, we have, the two issues we have with legal are the town of Northborough and We Care, as far as increased costs. Nothing else has increased as far as in the water department.
Okay, thank you.
So, Brian, the bond issue expense, why, what's unique there that wouldn't be in short-term ban or something else? Why is
I
that?
think we have a bond for the water department that wasn't there last year. I think one of the bonds that's approved in the prior round, that'll be bonded this year, is gonna come on, so I need to allocate the bond issuance cost on that.
This is the expense of buying the bond.
That's correct, it's the expense of buying the bond.
Retirement of debt in the water department, $1,132,000, 37.55% increase. So these are the bonds that we just, the fiscal year 17 bonds. Long-term debt associated with the bonds, $337,000, a 270% increase. And again, it's the 27-year multi-interest bond that's driving that. Short-term debt, $150,000, a 14.29% decrease. And finally, the Water Service Fund, $8,336,345, a 13.37% increase. Councilor Delano.
Aye, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I don't want to get too detailed into personnel matters because I know they're sensitive, but are you in the process of getting restaffed?
Yes, we are. We've had the positions advertised, and we've got stacks of resumes in that we're reviewing right now.
So hopefully in a couple months you'll be back where you should be.
That's correct, yes.
All right. I know they've had a lot of stress down there because of the changeover on the meters. Water pressure problems. I get a lot of complaints about water pressure problems because it's, I know with the old mains and some of the other things, we're having problems. So I'm thinking financially, is there a plan? I mean, is this something we can ever really fix?
So there's issues with a lot of the gate valves. The council has appropriated funds to replace gate valves. Some of the valves don't work at all, so they may be open partially. They may need to be adjusted one way or the other. We're unable to do it, but we need to hear about the issues. I've heard of a few, but I haven't heard lots of issues, so if there's issues out there,
I've
we
had
need to be
some
told
off of
about
Stowe
it.
Road just 2 days ago. I didn't
Okay.
even notice, but in my neighborhood, in my area, apparently water pressure's down. I don't know if it's because of the work they're doing, but I get that from people. I think we all get that a little bit because it's just, I know it's not that exact a science to balance the water
Correct.
pressure. Water meter situation, as far as there was a report we got a few weeks ago that said with the new water meters, we've been able to recapture, I can't remember if it was 4 or 6% of the unaccounted for water.
We had unaccounted for water 3 or 4 years ago, was at 26%. We're down at under 9% right now.
That's
For
not
2000,
accounted.
for
Oh, okay.
2016.
I was thinking it was only 4% has been now recaptured.
We've captured,
So it's the
Yes,
opposite way?
that's correct.
Nice job.
yes.
Okay, that was the main things I had. And the water filtration plant on the west side, is there a point where you're gonna be able to give us a report as to what's happening and how large the
There is,
repair
I
will be?
don't have answers at this point. We're doing a desktop study right now to determine where we're going, but I can't tell you anything at this moment. I don't have any answers right now.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, you said it was 26% unaccounted for how many years ago?
Probably 4 years ago.
Okay. And then it's 9% today, which is a significant
Approximately 9,
improvement,
yes.
so.
Yep.
Good. That also has an impact not only on the water, but also on the sewer rates as well,
That's correct.
because what flows in flows out.
Correct, yes.
The other question I had, as far as the meters go, how many more meters need to be installed?
We have 76 meters from the first round that have not been replaced.
In the entire city?
We have 10,500 residential meters. We replaced over 5,000 of the meters that were installed, that were old meters, as old as 58 years old. We're down to 72 of the old meters. Once we finish those, we're gonna start on the meters, 2003 meters, and just over the course of the year, just replace maybe 1,000 meters a year, so we never get in this position again.
So that we know, what we found is accurate meters give us better readings, which provides accurate information to bill that, so water gets charged appropriately both on the into and the go outs. So, it sometimes seems like a lot of money, but the revenue, if you look at our water,
Inflow.
money that we've taken in because of the new meters, it's far outpaced it, so it's.
And Mr. Chairman, as we replace these moving forward, meters that are 10 and 15 years old, they may be slow, but they're never gonna be like they have been that are 60 years old. So we won't see these big changes like we've seen the last couple of years. I mean, there's been tremendous changes. We've tried to explain it to different people as they've been calling. The commissioner has gotten back to many individuals to try to explain why residents have a right to be concerned as to why it went up so much, but it's because a lot of times their meters just weren't reading correctly. So if we continue on this cycle, replace them every 12 to 15 years, we're not going to see the big spikes. We'll see changes, but not the big spikes again.
Councilor Doucette?
Yeah, also, I appreciate the extra time. Two other things. First is, I've noticed water fluctuation in Ward 2. So, specifically, based upon what time of day I take a shower, I either get no water pressure or fabulous water pressure, and really depends upon stuff like that. The other is the lead pipes. How many homes now get lead pipes? Because we're in the process of getting those replaced, right? Is that going to be under this?
We've committed to doing it. It's
over 5 years.
Because of the concerns that we've had, we're committing to $5 million to get the lead pipes completed, even though they're the pipes running into the residents.
Right, I applaud that, too.
The only catch is, it may not completely resolve it, because in some of the properties in the inner city, they still have lead pipes within their homes. So that we cannot resolve. But unlike many communities that are putting betterments on and other things, we're committing to doing it. We're gonna move forward and get these done. We've been doing it as we've been doing street projects over the last few years, but now we're gonna commit to doing the 1,200, approximately 1,200 connections that need to be done.
Okay. And that's going to start this year, or?
It's gonna start this year.
Yeah, we're actually doing East Main Street right now. We're doing Elm Street as part of those projects. So
Okay.
those are being done.
Okay, as
Temporary
road
lines are
construction
on East
rolls
Main.
on, that's part of the process that's being
Yes.
done.
Councilor Oram?
Just on the recovery of our water, you said 24, now we're 9%. Is that for all, or were you able to break down commercial, industrial to personal properties?
That's the number overall. I don't have a
It's an
breakdown
overall.
of, everything has changed. We've got new commercial meters, new residential meters, so it's across the boards. I can get a breakdown, I just don't have it.
Just, the reason I ask, I remember when you presented the meter changes before, it was noted, maybe it was prior to you, that the commercial meters, if they're off, that's millions of gallons of
That did
water.
start prior to
So
my,
I'd be just
yes.
curious, but that's good recovery rate, and hopefully we'll get better every day, every time we change. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Galloni, $250,000, it's a 150% increase over last year. Shall we anticipate next year that this will be the same figure at $250,000 until many years?
For water meters.
And water meters.
meter
Oh,
Water meters.
I'm sorry. Water meters, that's a number that we have to have in there annually to keep the meters updated. I didn't,
So will we be increasing it by $250,000 per year, every year, from this point on?
no, we won't be increasing it. It'll stay at that number.
It'll stay stagnant at
I'm sorry,
250?
yes, at 250, 200,
So how much is a water meter? I mean, just,
$225 approximately right now for a water meter.
Then
So we figured we'd do 1,000 meters a year. By the time we finish the next 5,000, the other ones are old. Again, we don't ever want to get in the position we've been in.
Then my question would be, is that if a person puts in an irrigation system, are they charged for a meter?
We have not charged for meters, no.
Okay, so those meters are considered to be free?
That's correct, yes. We own the meter, that's how we've done it. I know in the past, the homeowner would purchase the meter, but that's not being done at this point.
Yeah, there used to be that it was charged, they had to pay for it.
Yes, we
Now,
haven't
my
done that.
question would be, is that do your people go down and install a meter when
Ye-
it's ready to go?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Okay, so we have to look at 250,000 as a new item in the budget.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
anybody else? Counselor Irish?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for Commissioner Galloni on the MWRA cost. When the city's getting that water, is that water totally treated and you don't have to do anything?
We do treat it at Cedar Hill. Once we get it from MWRA, we also treat it.
So that cost there plus the cost of the city?
There are chemical charges also in the budget.
Did have to do
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Anything in the future plans of trying to cut down how much water we obtain from the MWRA?
We go back and forth with that, and it varies from year to year. We have an increase this year based on the assessment that is in the budget for this July 1st was for 2016. So the plant was closed in 16 for renovations for 6 or 7 months, so that's why it's increased.
And that's why?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else on the water department? All right, hearing none, that completes, so we've now gone through the entire budget, so if I would, I'll summarize what we've done to date. Ryan, if you can keep math, or Katie, keep me in check. So the proposed budget submitted by the mayor was $156,990,717. The Finance Committee has recommended reductions to the following: $6,195 from the administration salary line item in the city council, $400,000 from the other expenditure line item in electricity and public services, and $3,000 for Assabet Valley in the other category. So that leaves the new total, or the total that I just want to make sure that the Finance Committee agrees, is $156,581,522. Is that, Katie, you good with that, or? But, so, it's okay if you're not, I'll issue the report, and so I asked the finance gang and other councilors to look at what I put out. I'll get that out tomorrow. Karen, I will not be sending one tonight, so Councilor Delano does not have to wait up for his midnight email reading. I'll put it out tomorrow. So I will put that out. So Finance Committee members, are we all in agreement? Those are the three reductions. So that we'll be approving a fiscal year 18 budget of $156,581,522. So I guess I'll ask for a motion to approve that, just so we say we've approved as presented. Motion made and seconded to approve the fiscal year 18 budget of $156,581,522, and that reflects reductions of $6,195 in the salary line item in the admin for city council, $400,000 line item in electricity, and $3,000 reduction in Assabet Valley. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is approved. 5-0. So before we adjourn, number one, I want to thank the Finance Committee and the councilors, and if you can pass along my thanks, Mr. Mayor, to all your department heads. David, Nick, thanks for hanging in there. Brian, John, you're a real trooper. I'll have my coaching session with John later. Thank them for hanging in there with us. I appreciate the effort that went into the budget. I appreciate the councilors' time. I think it really pays off. You look at it ahead of time. We come up with good questions in the budget, so thank you very much for looking. Karen, I'll ask that we can cancel tomorrow, Thursday's Finance Committee meeting at 6 o'clock, and Tuesday, May 2nd, Finance Committee at 6 o'clock. We will still have the Monday Finance Committee, and it's still at 6 o'clock. Are the finance guys okay? Or if 6 is hard, I can adjust it. This time we can adjust it. If it's 6:30, 6:30, I'm looking for Mr. Landers to give me an okay.
Oh, I'd prefer 7, but I'm all right.
Is 7 bet? It is. All right, so 7 o'clock. I mean, they should go relatively, so if I can change it to 7 o'clock on Monday, May 1st, we'll take up the 4 items in the city council, from the city council agenda on Monday, which was the DPW equipment operators contract, funding, fire department funding for overtime, commissioner is looking for money to buy land on Maple Street for land takings, and then I do encourage real good reading, correct, Councilor Jouer? The financial and investment policies for the city. And I'll make, we can approve it, and then we can always adjust it later, but it would be important to go through that and get it set so that when the comptroller meets with the bond council, it really looks good having that in place. Oh, Nick's ready? Woo-hoo! Can we add the fire, I'll send it to you, Karen, the fire department, the one we've been carrying for the last 3 meetings, I'll add that back to the agenda as well. Nice, Nick, nice.
Make sure we have
Yeah.
information.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Counselor,
just had to check something. I have another meeting, so what was your original time, 6?
Yeah.
I am better off at 6.
Oh, now I'm gonna get yelled at by
I
Council
know.
Landers.
Oh, that's all right,
I
for
missed
my
the
good
Council
friend,
Land.
Councilor
Thank you. Sorry.
See, that is how accommodating Council Landers is.
I appreciate it. I
Thank you.
just got notice I have another meeting, so I apologize.
So we should be able to get done to support your next meeting. I think those will go through relatively easy. So again, just to recap, 6 o'clock.
Yes.
Monday,
Thank you.
May 1st, so time as originally scheduled. We'll take up the 4 items, plus the changes to the fire department city code. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just really wanted to take a minute, first of all, and thank you all for getting through this process. I think, as you stated, department heads were ready to discuss anything that needed to come up. I think giving you the information you need to make decisions is important. As you know, we've been really trying to push lean budgets for a long time, and we always seem to find a little bit of money here and there, but we're really getting to the point where the budgets are getting pretty lean. So I just want to throw up the caution flag, the health insurance here, and I'm relaying it from what I was warned about. The health insurance numbers we have in here are tight, so we should be okay, but they are tight in here because of the way we're self-insured, but hopefully we're okay. The electric, as long as those credits go in, we should be fine. But just want to throw up the caution flag on that. And I think, depending on what happens in our bonding this year, when we go out, would determine what we need for that short-term interest. Because we work some in there. If we don't go out, there's some money there that we could use to backfill something else. If we do go out, then we probably won't have that money available. But I'm leaving here saying thank you very much for all your work, and let's keep it going.
Okay, with that, if there's anything else, I'll entertain a motion. Motion made and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are adjourned at 10:05. Great job staying on schedule. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.